Morgan, BlackRock, DTCC, Fidelity. The entire thing was just institutions. It's next level. This industry is going to the next level. And guys, I don't know what else to say. I'm bullish.
You said it. You finally said it.
I'm so bullish.
Andy's bullish. I'm bullish. We're bullish.
BlackRock, DTCC, Fidelity. The entire thing was just institutions. It's next level. This industry is going to the next level. And guys, I don't know what else to say. I'm bullish.
You said it. You finally said it.
I'm so bullish.
Andy's bullish. I'm bullish. We're bullish.
BlackRock, DTCC, Fidelity. The entire thing was just institutions. It's next level. This industry is going to the next level. And guys, I don't know what else to say. I'm bullish.
You said it, you finally said it.
I'm so bullish.
Andy's bullish, I'm bullish, we're bullish.
BlackRock, DTCC, Fidelity. The entire thing was just institutions. It's next level. This industry is going to the next level. And guys, I don't know what else to say. I'm bullish.
You said it, you finally said it.
I'm so bullish.
Andy's bullish, I'm bullish, we're bullish.
It's next level. This industry is going to the next level. And guys, I don't know what else to say. I'm bullish.
You said it, you finally said it.
I'm so bullish.
Andy's bullish, I'm bullish, we're bullish. We're going to the top. We're on 4th floor today. We're gonna be on floor 1, and then we're headed straight to the moon, boys.
Yo, happy Near Intense Day special, baby. Let's get it.
Buckle in, guys. This is a Near Intense Day special. We got the party controls. Andy's back.
Let's go.
Andy's back.
I'm back.
Andy, where you been?
Trying to go surf pipe right
You
now.
been catching waves out there?
Barely. Been building fucking SOPs. Quad. Building SOPs on quads, what I've been doing.
Oh boy. Okay.
How are you?
It's been pretty good.
How's the week been?
Week's been solid. Obviously, we had a bunch of good guests. Who did we have this week that was really, really solid? We had Rand from Zama come on, talk to us about FHE. They have over 20 million that they raised in their public sale, which is pretty legit.
Yeah.
And it's all like shielded. And so it's also very privacy oriented.
Raised 20
which is
mil.
what- They raised 100+ mil from VCs. They went and they raised another 20 from this community sale. And people are trying to back engineer. There's a lot of cool game theory around like this encrypted auction because you shield your bids before you make them. And so
Yeah.
you can see certain elements, you can't see other elements. So no one really knows like what the price of the token is, but everyone's placing bids into it. So it's a pretty interesting game theory as far as how much you should bid at what levels, and seems to have worked for them because they raised 20 mil. Who else was good this week? Oh, we had Omar from ZK Sync. Those guys are great, talking about RWAs. And then we had a good stabled up episode yesterday. DeFi Dave, who used to be at Frax, obviously stabled up, sponsored by Frax. Those guys are doing great over at Cap, and they released a bit of alpha on the show. So they're doing this stable drop. So it's kind of like, this financial experimentation seemed to kind of have like lost its lust over, like the last quarter, Q3, Q4. There was so much apathy. No one was really trying anything new. But this week, like the Zama guys are trying this new encrypted auction method. And then the Cap guys are doing an airdrop, but it's stable coins. So you don't have like this catch-22 of people dumping their stable coins as soon as they get it. They're literally just dropping stable coins to people. Which I think is like, who doesn't like getting stable coins, right? You don't have to like pretend like, you don't have to be a community member and hold, and you don't have to dump day one and feel bad about it. So I think everyone's going to be enjoying that. And then they also announced that they're going to run a season 2 of this campaign coming up in a few weeks. They announced that on the show yesterday. And I made the prediction. Look, I think people are actually going to really like this stable drop idea, and they're going to get a lot more traction for this season 2 Homestead campaign. So I think those guys are doing great work. Obviously, we've known Ben and Dave for a long time. They've kind of been, around the circuit when it comes to crypto projects, and it feels like they've got 500 million in cap now. So it feels like this one is pretty sticky, and it's working well for them.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, we've got the Near Intense mega stream today, and the Near Intense product has been so good. I've just been using it quite a bit, and really I've just found it to be incredibly good. So I'm really excited to have a full slate of guests today and see what the latest is from the Near Intense side of things. Pretty excited.
Yeah, so we're going to hear from people kind of all around the actual world, which I think has been one of the most value creative things that they could do. Like, I'm sure you've seen these guys that are putting out like, the measures of wealth that they created for other people. I think it was Yana that put out like this Jeff Bezos like wealth list as of recently, put up a dashboard on Blockworks about, these people that have then created wealth for the rest of the people in their company and the equity and stakeholders. And frankly, I got like anyone who did well on Zcash, and you could even say the spillover effects of this privacy narrative kind of spilled over into Monero, even Dash, who we're going to have on in this first panel. They were also beneficiaries of this. And so I think it's almost immeasurable how much wealth Near Intense has created, because it opened up Zcash, and then that spilled over into Monero, into Dash, and ultimately reignited a lot of these privacy coins. Pretty cool.
Definitely did. It was quite the run that a lot of them had been on. And I mean, the thing is, there was no way to get to Zcash prior to Near Intense going live. And so it's definitely good to have them be live, have them be active, and basically just like be able to create a easy, seamless cross-chain experience from different chains to different chains.
Yeah. Before we bring our first guest up, why don't we take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with our first. Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? Infinify gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. Infinify is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Hibachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? Infinify gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. Infinify is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its Rio upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Hibachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? Infinify gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. Infinify is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? Infinify gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. Infinify is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? Infinify gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. Infinify is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its Rio upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? Infinify gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. Infinify is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following his real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? Infinify gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. Infinify is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? Infinify gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. Infinify is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? Infinify gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. Infinify is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? Infinify gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. Infinify is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? Infinify gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. Infinify is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? Infinify gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. Infinify is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience. All right, guys. We had to pause the first panel. We had an insane setup with firewalls and VPNs and guests and frames and everything. But we are back. We are going to continue with panel 2. We're going to reschedule that first panel to another day.
We're actually going to do a whole podcast episode with the first panel. We were really excited for it. I know you guys were really excited for it too. So we're going to have that conversation. It's going to come at a later time. We're going to
thanks for being chill, guys. 30-minute commercial break. We just went through hell and back to get that thing back. And yeah, we had a hell of a first panel operation. So we are going to just reschedule that first panel. Guys, this is the Intense Day special. What would life be without a little bit of obstacles in your way?
I think honestly, Andy, I think one thing to address here is how difficult the multi-chain world was. Difficult. It was so difficult to navigate before Intense. I think this is just a bit of a microcosm of that entire journey. Because I remember bridging from multiple different providers, bridging hacks all over the place. Now we have easy to use UX solutions. So we're still integrating those easy to use UX solutions. But the idea here is that we're going to get those integrated before our next panel. We know you guys have been exposed to quite a few commercials on the show. So we're going to save any more commercials from you guys only if we absolutely have to. We're going to go to commercials, and we're going to do our best to bring you guys a great Intense Day special.
Yeah, and we'll bring the first panel back shortly at some point in the near future. It was good to have them on. We were in the back. We didn't want to go without getting Illia up, but we are good to go now. And we have panel 2 coming up. Panel 2 is Intense and Apps. We are going to be talking with some of the best application builders in Intense, talking about how abstraction changes how users interact with applications. We've got Alex Shevchenko from Near Intense, Anna from CowSwap, VibeHub from Socket, and we have PaperX Art, the CEO of ThorSwap. So should be a great, fun second panel talking about Intense and apps, and ready to go there. So guys, we'll get them up here in just a few minutes, and we're back. It's Thursday, January 22nd. Thank you guys for being here.
I want to, before we have our panel guests join, and I know we're getting them set up, I have the Dune dashboard for Near Intense in front of me. Maybe you guys have it as well, but let me just read off some of these stats because it's pretty incredible what Near was able to do. Obviously, and Illia has come on the show before and has said this, the vision for Near is a primarily AI-centric blockchain.
Yep.
As a means to accomplish that end, Near had to do all of the blockchain infrastructure work that is necessary to stand up a proper blockchain. So what they do, they went and they launched, payment rails. They launched the blockchain because they realized that is what tool is necessary for AI. Then they went and they launched, their private privacy-enabled features around this, both on the AI side and the blockchain side. The Intense product, and we're going to talk about how much product market fit it's been able to experience, is only a consequence of them trying to accomplish their goals in AI. So sometimes I think it's just incredible that Near, being an AI first company, is still able to find all kinds of product market fit in the blockchain space, despite being an AI first company. Let me just frame what I mean here. All-time volume has recently eclipsed $10 billion. It's at 10.6 billion in terms of all-time volume through Near Intense.
Wow.
Absolutely incredible. The top 2 tokens through Near Intense are USDT and USDC. These are obviously like the engine, the lifeblood of a lot of token economies. No surprise here, but oftentimes when we're measuring how healthy a blockchain economy is, you have to look at the stablecoin supply, and it's not just meme coin vaporware with one holder. It's not RWA HELOCs with one holder. This is real like retail volume. It showcases the breadth of this product and the distribution of it. Volume in the past 24 hours, $120 million in 24-hour volume, 670 million in the past week. 30 days, you got 2.3 billion. So all-time volume. I'm not sure exactly how long Near Intense has been live. I think it's been about 3 months or so. to say, to go from 0 to 10 billion in 3 months is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
It's generated almost $20 million of fees, $18 million of fees. And if you guys have listened to the show and you've heard Illia and you've heard some of the other guys from the Near team, you know that they've got some very interesting plans as far as how they're going to reallocate and distribute these fees.
Yep.
Nothing is public yet, but we have a suspicion that that's going to be really, really positive for the entire ecosystem. 16 million total swaps, 117,000 unique users in the last 7 days, and 569,000 unique users in the past 30 days.
Yep. Man, it's pretty insane.
I mean,
it's pretty insane.
It is incredible.
And I've used it so many times to do swaps from like Sol to ETH or ETH to Sol or Near chain, Zcash, Bitcoin. Actually, I've actually taken ETH from ETH chain, put it into Bitcoin onto a kind of like hard ledger, like a hardware wallet. It's been super easy. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited to have our next panel up. And yeah, ready to get the panel 2, which is Intents and Apps, on air and get the rest of this marathon mega stream started, Rob. It's been a journey here for the first hour, but that's not going to stop us from getting the next set of guests up.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, I'm pretty excited. Let's take a look at the panelists for our next panel. Panel 2. Let's have a look here. We've got Alex from the Near Intents team. This guy was instrumental in building out this product where we just read out, how incredible the stats are. Over $10 billion of volume flowing through it. So we're going to have Alex from the Near Intents team. We're also going to have Anna from CowSwap. She's going to join shortly. We're going to get Alon from ThorSwap, which is another fascinating project that is experiencing particular growth as a result of Near Intents. And then finally, we're going to get Socket. We're going to get Vibhav up on the show as well.
I think we're going to start with Alex and Alan.
Okay.
And we're going to roll into Anna and Vibhav once they are ready to go. Everyone is on the 24/7 crypto schedule here. So we're just going to get this show started, get the next guest on, and get Alan and Vibhav in. Alan and Alex in the show.
There we go.
Alan, Alex, welcome.
Guys, welcome to the show.
Hi, guys. Always nice meeting you and seeing you and being with you in person.
Yeah.
Well, not in person, but online on the same stream.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's a pleasure, man. It's a pleasure.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Pleased to be here.
Absolutely. Guys, we've had a doozy here. Our first panel got rugged, unfortunately. So you guys are our first guests of the day. It's a pleasure to see you guys. Why don't we start quick round of intros, and then we're gonna dig into apps, intents, and just broadly this Near Intents ecosystem. Alex, why don't we start with you?
Yeah. Hello, everybody. If because of some reason you haven't seen me over the past 10 years of me being crypto, I'm mostly techie, building for 10 years different infrastructure in the blockchain vertical. Responsible for a Rainbow Bridge, the first decentralized bridge that was launched, and permissionless and trustless. And then I also launched the project that is called Aurora. That's the EVM solution on top of Near, and now I'm a GM, or the guy who is responsible for everything around the Near Intents.
And Alan, welcome to the show, man. I know it's your first time calling in.
Yep. Really pleased to be here. Yeah, my name's Alan, better known as PaperX. I've been with ThorSwap since 2021, and I'm currently lead contributor at ThorSwap. So yeah, we started as you guys know, one of the first Bitcoin dexes, going from Bitcoin to Ethereum on Thorchain, and now we're a meta aggregator of different cross-chain protocols, but very much still focused on connecting Bitcoin to anything to Bitcoin in a decentralized manner. So yeah, Near Intents is one of our newer protocols that we integrated last year in late June, but we were able to do over 300 million in volume in under 6 months, thanks to the really awesome technology of Intents and yeah, and the new chains we managed to integrate over that period. So yeah, super excited to be here and talk about all things, application wise, for consumers, and just bringing DeFi to everyone.
Yeah, man. Alex, Alan, thanks for joining us. Alan, starting with you with regards to this cross-chain swap landscape that you kind of laid out that you guys have built so well with ThorSwap and ThorChain. When you're thinking about actual users using cross-chain swaps, when something goes wrong, when swaps fail in messy ways, what do users really not understand about the complexities of cross-chain as it pertains to this, abstraction when it comes to using applications? What are the most common misunderstandings about cross-chain swaps in the ecosystem today?
Sure. So one big thing for us is we always want to make sure users can perform their swaps seamlessly in one transaction, right? So traditionally we found, kind of doing like multi-hopping, especially cross-chain, is quite difficult for the user to understand. Like, hey, I can see on the Etherscan, for example, my assets have gone from this my one wallet to this address, but then they don't know where it is, following that. So, and so all of our providers, including Near Intents, we provide the experience for users whereby they connect their own wallets, and they can see that it's gone from, for example, Ethereum, onto Near Intents, the cross-chain protocol, and then finally onto the Bitcoin wallet. So I think just offering that, first of all, the actual swap experience, and then once the swap has happened, allowing the user to see everything transparently on chain, where their assets are going, and how it arrives eventually back in their own self-custody wallet, right, is quite important. The transparency of being on chain and seeing the assets are essentially that is the only part of it where it's the assets in flight, right? The rest of the time it should be fully self-custodial, and that's kind of like the peace of mind you should be getting from trustless protocols.
Got it. Okay. And, speaking trustless protocols here, we've been around in the space for quite a long time. We initially saw Ethereum in its sort of, singularity, where it was sort of a closed loop. And, there was a lot of smart contract applications that were available there. There wasn't really the rise of the alt L1s quite yet. And then we saw, several blockchains pop up. We also saw the modularity movement, and that caused kind of this belief that there are going to be multiple blockchains. And so, the primary problem with interop at the time was extensibility. It was like, okay, if we're going between rollups on Ethereum, it's relatively easy because all of them share, some underlying state. When we're going between L1s, maybe it's a little bit different. ThorSwap, you guys know, Bitcoin to ETH or Bitcoin to Near. This has been a problem for some time. And so, Alex, I'm curious, how were you guys able to solve the extensibility issue that people were facing? Whether if it was EVM, that was like another degree. It's like, okay, that's a little bit easier. But when we start going and we're using blockchains that have different VMs, different DA layers, different fundamental security models, how are you able to solve the extensibility and still maintain, like, when your asset does get deposited over there, we can still get a confirmation that this thing really exists on the destination blockchain?
Yeah, we can have a separate 1-hour talk from me about all of this stuff. There are lots of interesting pieces there. But I think I'm just gonna note just a few. I will try to keep it like short in within 2 minutes, so that we can keep up the pace. But like one of the core innovations is this technology that is called chain signatures that is developed inside of Near. What this technology allows is for Near smart contracts to have private keys. And the way how it works is that it's powered by the multi-party computation network that are having the shared secret, and then this shared secret is actually is kind of like the core secret for all of these private keys that are derived. But fundamentally, what this allows us to do is for the Near smart contracts, having these keys means that they are able to authenticate themselves. These can be like API keys for call of the APIs, or alternatively, they are able to have wallets on different blockchains. And these wallets on different blockchains can become like treasury accounts for people who are willing to move funds inside of Near and outside. That's why on top of chain signatures, we've developed a bridge that is called Omni Bridge, and this is like the properly designed bridge. This is like a next step after the Rainbow Bridge that was developed previously, but it was supporting only Ethereum mainnet and Near. And once you have this super powerful system that allows you to move assets from any chains to Near, then suddenly you understand that any asset is able to exist on Near, or like it just exists on Near. It means that any DeFi primitive that you're gonna build on Near, whether it is a swap-in settlement protocol, or it is a lending protocol, or it is Vault, or anything else, prediction market, now suddenly these applications are all becoming natively cross-chain because they're able to work with all of these assets. That's the core part. That's the core innovation that led us to this model, and super happy for that moment in time when we started to figure out how to deliver this.
And
I mean,
Alan, you guys,
yeah, right.
yeah, you early on realized that we're gonna have to solve interoperability, and so I'm just curious, from the perspective over at ThorSwap, did you guys take a similar approach to kind of, obviously, Alex, you talked about chain signatures and Omni Bridge and sort of these layers, that are built on top of some of the underlying infrastructure for the interop. What was the approach that you took over at ThorSwap? Alan, how did you build this? You guys have been around a long time as well, and I see that there's probably multiple paths that ultimately get us to a similar destination. Can you describe, and then ultimately you guys ended up implementing Near Intents underneath? Give us a before and after picture of ThorSwap, before and after Near Intents.
And welcome our new guests to the panel, guys. Welcome on. Alan, please.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm sure Alex can go on for an hour about intents. But as I think to break down the hopefully in a simple way, cross-chain technology has come a long way since DeFi summer, right? So I think when we first started building on top of ThorChain, at the time it was trying to adopt an improvement from the traditional sort of atomic swaps model, where it was peer-to-peer, and the limitation was it's just hard to find liquidity on the other side. So often the only solution was reliance on like wrapped bridges. So you can only have like a wrapped representation of Bitcoin, for example, on Ethereum rather than that real thing, right? And so ThorChain basically borrowed from the Uniswap AMM model. So essentially it's native asset. Now, I think we've kind of come full circle with intents whereby it is still, you're able to get, sort of like atomic swaps, right? But there is like, market makers and solvers on the other side that actually meets you, in time with good price execution, with real actual liquidity and native assets. So it was kind of a no-brainer for us to integrate Near Intents, because it was like mature technology, and we're able to see that our users will be able to benefit from, trades with good pricing and speed execution. And the rest of really for us is what's really important is just like I mentioned before, allowing users to, perform these swaps seamlessly, in one transaction without relying on like centralized counterparties, and without needing to KYC and losing custody of their funds. So yeah, that was quite key to us, and I think ultimately this is the way we're going, right? And to extend that, you'll be able to build better interoperability by connecting native asset to native asset swaps cross chain with say liquidity on those chains, or like smart contract calls on those chains. So there's a lot more to go, but I think we keep mentioning the phrase multi-chain future, like for many years now, and we're very much in a multi-chain present, and it's thanks to technology such as Near Intent and other cross-chain protocols, so we can connect everything together in a very seamless interop way.
I see we've got a special visitor here on Alex's side, a lovely cat. Anna, Vibe Hub, welcome to the show. Alan, thank you for the in-depth answer. Guys, we want to make this a more collaborative panel. Feel free to kind of jump in, follow each other up. It doesn't have to come back to us. We're celebrating an Intents Day, the first one powered by Near Intents. Anna, the CEO of CalSwap, Vibe Hub from Socket. Guys, welcome on. Would love to hear your perspective on the state of the cross-chain world, and specifically what you guys are doing there with regards on CalSwap sides to routing, MEV, execution, and then from the Socket perspective on abstraction and kind of making the experience more clean. And then would love to just get into a bit of a brainstorming session. If anyone disagrees or wants to debate, happy to do that as well. Guys, thank you for being here. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having us. Yeah, I can just start giving a very, very short overview, and then later on we can dive deeper. But yeah, since half a year, a little longer, essentially on CalSwap, we have enabled this experience for users in a single interaction with the CalSwap UI to be able to not only do a swap, but then also bridge over to a different network. And we actually started with integrating Bungee as our very first partner, and then started to expand on it by also integrating near intents. And essentially what we do is user just in a very easy way is able to decide what tokens they want to receive on the destination chain, pick that, and then in the background we pick currently what's basically the best price execution for them. This is being shown to the user, and then in a single interaction with our UI they can sign the transaction and it's being executed on their behalf. And yeah, so basically the idea is to really make it simple, not having users to wait and coming back later, but being able in one go to exactly decide what they want to do, and then have the peace of mind that eventually they receive the tokens on the target chain.
Yeah, makes sense. And big fan of CalSwap and near intents over here. I love to use both of them. Vaibhav, I got a question for you, man. You've been around, and seen the evolution of a lot of cross-chain infrastructure over at Socket. How have things developed in recent months? It feels like we've kind of moved from some different architecture models. You had mint and burn bridges, you have intent-based bridges. Give us a sense of how things have developed in recent months as we go cross-chain.
Yeah, I think not just like recent months. I would say like bridging was sort of like pretty much close to being like a solved problem, in the sense that we had technology that could connect two different blockchains together. That's why, like, for us, we were focused on like, how do we now make products that feel like you are just interacting with assets without even knowing what chains they are on. People just often want to buy BTC in a fully self-custodial manner. They don't actually give a fuck about the BTC chain itself. Like, they don't need to give a fuck about it. People just want to buy assets. And I think the technology is at a point where you can do that. And I think the interesting part about how the space has evolved is all of us have realized that there are different solutions tackling at like different, taking different trade-offs for a particular segment, right? So there's a line of like spectrum, and people just like lie at particular points in the spectrum. And I think what we realized was that, hey, ultimately combining all of them under a single abstraction layer is what people actually want. So that, sometimes maybe going from a particular chain to particular chain for a particular asset, there might be a certain, type of bridge that is best suited for it. Maybe when you're trying to send $10 million, you do need a, wrap and mint sort of model. But when you're sending $10, you don't, right? So I think like ultimately that's where we settle, where you can almost think about what we do as sort of having this like off-chain order book that runs, sort of globally. And people just like send in orders and we match them through maybe near intents, maybe relay, or maybe like any of the other mint and burn bridges, even native bridges, even CCDP. For us, the job is to provide the right abstraction so that users don't feel the pain about, swapping or bridging. It's really the same thing.
Yep. Guys, kind of zooming out here from each of the specific protocols and thinking about the problem space, we had this thesis about there's going to be thousands of chains, L1s, L2s. There's going to be all these app-specific chains. They're going to be very specific for use cases. This was kind of right, kind of wrong. Like Hyperliquid kind of had their own L2. Lighter has their app-specific chain. But a lot of the other ones kind of have slowed down in terms of their success. Simultaneously, there's also been a consolidation in terms of the way people are thinking about L1s. there's the L1 premium from the investment perspective has really gone down. The consolidation of user activity has actually consolidated to less chains. How do you guys think about where you guys are placing your focus as far as almost like chains or ecosystems to bet on, right? When it comes to your technology stack, where you want to implement and integrate, as well as just generally how you're thinking about the evolution of the space as a whole. Was the modular kind of idea wrong? Do we really just need a couple really good chains? Are we going to get a lot more of kind of app-specific or use case-specific chains? How do you guys think about this, especially as it pertains to, the rise of institutional adoption too, right? We've got Tempos, the ARCs, the Plasmas, these kind of stablecoin chains, etc. There's a lot of these different kind of permissioned setups happening too. It almost takes me back to 2017, 2018 enterprise blockchain era, right? And that sort. How do you guys think about this development? Where do you guys see the kind of quantity and quality of blockchains going forward from the builder perspective? Alan, maybe we can start with you guys and love to get a more interactive debate going here.
Sure. Yeah, like I previously mentioned, we started off trying to solve the problem of connecting Bitcoin to Ethereum, right? And now, we're supposed to support many of the UTXOs. Some call them dinosaur chains, but still a lot of users, a lot of holders, right? And a lot of new chains popping up, like you said. And I've also seen, talking to different ecosystems, during different market conditions. So I think it's all about liquidity, right? And sometimes, if the market feels bearish, maybe some ecosystems are worried that, hey, liquidity is exiting the ecosystem. But I think ultimately, connecting different blockchains, especially to Bitcoin, which is, like the dominance is so high, right? That's where majority of liquidity is. I think ultimately, what we want to do is connect ecosystems and liquidity, in a decentralized manner. So there's always decentralized rails. So if your ecosystem, like say, if you don't have USDC, USDT stablecoins, then deployed, and that's like, it's a very difficult issue for the chain, right? But if you have these centralized rails, then users can come in from Bitcoin, from USDC, USDT, which is a large, source of liquidity. So really can help boost your ecosystem. So yeah, I think ultimately, and likewise, if you're a new protocol, like, if you can't afford to say, oh, I need to have, all the centralized exchange listings for my users to be able to access my token, then, having interoperability and aggregation, allowing, any users with assets from, Solana, Bitcoin, Zcash, ETH, which majority of users have, to be able to, directly go to your token or your ecosystem is a huge benefit. So I think, regardless of institutions or consumer rails, there's always demand for this, and everyone ultimately benefits from interoperability.
Yeah, I mean, go, Alex, go for it.
Yeah, thank you. From my point of view, like, I think it's very straightforward that that the multi-chain thesis is actually what is the type of the world where we're living in. Humans are always curious. Humans are always going to continue to innovate. And creating proper infrastructure to help them to innovate is the actual very positive thing to do. The amount of startups that were launched because of AngelList is insane, and it increased this thing and make it a little bit more available for everybody. I think the whole point of crypto is making things accessible. Banking the unbanked. Permissionless, trustless. All of that stuff. These are very deep into our DNA. So why we should limit people to a single chain? We need to have a very robust solution that actually connects the chains and make it very easy for people to get exposure to everything that they want. And then let the people decide, let the market decide, let the proper product find their product market fit. And then we're going to be living in a much better world where all of these different things are accessible to everybody.
I would say the answer is not that black and white, right? It's not either there's just going to be one chain or there's going to be all chains. I do think there's definitely going to be a couple of very competing chains, and I think that's desirable. You don't just want to have one blockchain ecosystem that wins them all over everything else, but you want to have that competition. You want to have that maybe niche where one blockchain is significantly better in one use case and another in a different one. But I don't think that we're going to have 100 different blockchain ecosystems that are all going to be equally relevant in the future. So while it is good to keep them interconnected, I do think if you have limited capacities, probably if you focus on the major 10 or whatever, you basically cover the majority share of the market. So I would say there is definitely an explosion, but there will be some dominance by some ecosystems, and by covering those majority ones, you cover them like 90% or so of the market.
Yeah, I mean, if you really like zoom out, there never has been a time in history like today, where we have BNB doing its own thing and actually that thing working out. We have Tron doing its own thing, Polygon doing its own thing, Solana doing its own thing, Hyperliquid doing its own thing. They're all pretty successful in their own sort of like use cases. Never before this has been the case. Never before multi-chain thesis has been this rock solid in production as it is like today, right? I think I used to think about this a lot of like what will the future look like, and where I sort of like narrowed down my thinking to was that we are going to have something like state bubbles. Like it's not like chains are really just like platforms. Chains are like accounts almost. And what makes chains special is what unique state that exists on that particular network. And people will want to build on that network to access that unique state in atomically. That's the only reason why a chain should exist, right? Why Base is valuable is because Coinbase is going to push some of their proprietary features onto that network, and people that are building on Base will be able to access it. Same for Hyperliquid. Like the reason you build on Hyper EVM is so that you have this special connection to the core order book that is Hypercore. So honestly, I think in my opinion, it's going to look like state bubbles where you would have these like sort of like themes and sort of chains sort of targeting narrow use cases. And all the players that want to build for that use case will want to like stick together because of the network effect it creates. A really good example of this is like Tron and Polygon and what they're doing with payments, right? Once you have like retail users using the chain for payments, you have on and off ramps, you have exchanges. It's really hard for any other thing to like, come and sort of defeat that network effect, no matter how strong the tech is. It's because all like to have a successful payments app, you need all three of these layers to exist, be highly liquid, and all of those things. So my thesis is like state bubbles. Chains will go like theme centric, and people that want to build in that like subsector will sort of like work together because it's mutually beneficial to do so.
Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
No, I just want to talk about apps because I feel like I was just using on-chain stuff like last week for a ton of moving around. End of last year, I had kind of like changed my entire portfolio. I had so many wallets across so many chains and all these things, and like just doing the experience on Solana versus Near versus Ethereum versus L2s versus like non-EVM. It was just like so different and vastly unique. And then you like get on something like on your mobile phone, like a Phantom or a Base app, and it's like also very simple and like and also very different than actually having like a Ledger or a Trezor out and like clicking every single thing. I'm kind of like OG kind of like security nut, so I don't do anything on hot wallets, all ledgers, etc. Bad OPSEC here, but that's the state of affairs. And so when I've kind of came to realize this, that I must not be the only one who is thinking about how each experience is so different from like one another. So there's all these UX gotchas that kind of forces you to like learn how to operate, whether it's reading a block explorer on one chain or a different type of chain, whether it's operating with the different approval functions. I'm curious, like what you guys think are the biggest gotchas today that forces users to kind of learn more and do more than what they really should. Is it chain switching? Is it gas? Is it bridging? Is it the approval functions? Is it failed transactions? Like where are we kind of still struggling when it comes to this application and intent-based interface? And how do you guys see any progression there, either previously or going forward? Anna, maybe you can start.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting points you bring up. From our perspective, really the one that we were trying to tackle next was like this interacting between different networks. as in bridging experience had been horrible in the past, right? Before we started having aggregators, it was like users not knowing what bridge should I be using to switch from my tokens from this network to another one. So many different ones. Do I swap a native token? What are the available tokens that I can receive on the receiving network? How do I get gas tokens into that wallet, etc.? Like that was just time consuming to do the research, and then on top of that, depending on what bridge solution you ended up using, also just time consuming, and for some people probably anxiety inducing until you actually start receiving the tokens on that destination chain. So that, in my view, was kind of the biggest hurdle that needed to be tackled, and now with help of bridge aggregators, that has significantly improved. I had a hot take on one of the points you mentioned. I don't know if people necessarily agree, but you mentioned one thing could also be that people have issues with setting approvals, etc. I think that might be a hot take, but I still am worried that a majority of users today, obviously there's the OGs who are more taking care of what they actually do, what they sign as in transaction, but I do believe the majority of users, at least of the new users that come in, you can't really expect them to do that due diligence themselves. Like they just want to have a smooth experience, and they want to make sure that whatever they do on chain is secure, even if they don't fully understand what is the underlying transaction and how it's decoded.
So you're saying that new users are just infinitely they're approving this infinite amount of tokens in their wallet, and they're not really paying attention to like how much they're approving for a particular smart contract?
Is my assumption, yes.
Yeah,
This is a default behavior for almost all of the DeFi applications.
Uh-huh.
Just to get the infinite approval.
And that is something that we can't really blame the new users, right? Because most of them are just kind of clicking. Of course, we want them to know about self-custody and take these proper precautions, but I would go out and say, that's primarily on the app builders. And so, I think that's a great example, but I wanted to build on that and say, given the new state of affairs, the new interop solutions that we have, all of the work that's been done, over the last few years in this space, what do you think for the new app builders? There's these neobanks, all of these things. What are some do's and don'ts in this multi-chain world? I think everyone sort of agrees we're going to have multiple chains. They're all doing primarily pretty well. So we're in a multi-chain world, but maybe not, millions of chains. There's like a few dozen that are doing particularly well. In this kind of multi-chain world, what are some do's and don'ts for app builders? Maybe we can go around the horn again. What would you guys suggest to the new cohort of developers that are building in this space?
I just can go ahead and mention one thing that I know. I can't name who is doing this, but obviously we have also been talking to a lot of TradFi players in the last year. And one thing, not by everybody, but one thing that came up is that some of them are trying to really abstract gas away. So they rather charge the users directly than having to explain to them why they spend like gas on a transaction. That was definitely one thing that they're trying to abstract away as much as possible.
Great that people are not paying any gas on the near intents, and the only thing that they do is only sign in the messages with their key. I think the core thing, what people need to focus on, and the builders, is on like mature in technology. Even the fact that we have gas, stack transactions, even the concept of slippage, which is pretty alien to like traditional, like the ordinary people. These concepts are very, very low level. When you're opening a browser, nobody is asking you to verify the PGP certificate of a particular site by your hands, right? Something inside is doing this. And we are at the level of the maturity of technology that this is by default available in all of the browsers, right? Like there is no other chance that this is not working. So I think that the great user experience is an indication of the maturity of the technology. And people need to, and for the builders, my advice would be, take a look at what is your closest competitors on the Web2 site. Take a look at the user experience. Try to deliver the solution that would have at least these type of a user experience. I'm not saying like completely hide blockchain from the user, but try to make it at least that simple. Because in the AI world, we're going to have just a massive explosion of all of the applications. And we are all competing not only with centralized exchanges and with traditional finance, but we're competing with Twitter and Elon Musk, because he's just occupying our time and the time of our users. The tension is all you need. It's not only about the AI, it's about the distribution and the way how you're able to earn money. So make great user experiences, and this is super, super important.
I think my hot take is RPCs were a mistake. Um, I think on our end we've abstracted away the gas. Users don't even send transactions anymore. We send it for them. You don't even need like an RPC to interact with Bungie, because we have like APIs. You only need like a wallet to like sign with your private key, and that's pretty much it. I think what we see happen across a lot of other applications in the space is that they overly rely on RPCs and sort of like, look, I think a little bit of rant here, but in the last few years in crypto, all of us like have started using all of these like decentralized services, the graph and like whatnot. And what I've seen support tickets happening across the space is that people go and complain about something and people just say, oh, it's, the graph is not synced. Go and complain there. Right. So in my opinion, you should build APIs over pretty much every interaction you do with the blockchain. Go vertical end to end. Right. Do not blame the RPCs. Do not blame the chain. Do not blame like congestion. All of those things. Take like fixed costs from the end user and sort of handle the gas volatility for them. If it costs like $0.1 today, $0.2 tomorrow, to the end user, it should cost like some sort of like average of that. It is a lot of like complexity that you will need to take in-house when you do this, but the output from this would be like a massive multiplier in the UX effect.
Can I push back on that? Like, I think, is that the verticalization of this, right? Is that how we end up with, I saw the other day, like Sui went down because they didn't pay their Amazon AWS bill. And if we have like these decentralized, unstoppable things, it seems to me that we wouldn't fall prey to some of those centralization bottlenecks, right? If we verticalize, do we end up implementing a lot more of those? What do you think?
I think, in my opinion, like it really depends on what you're building, right? So if you're building a blockchain, please build it in a decentralized fashion. But if you're trying to build an app, don't play this like half-ass game of like being centralized and decentralized.
Yeah.
Right? Like build like a consumer app. Go vertical. Go end to end. Let blockchain be the decentralized ledger. You build like a fully like vertically integrated app for the end user. So you don't have all of these external dependencies causing like failures for your end users.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, we are pushing forward this idea of neo finance, which is effectively the convergence between legacy finance and DeFi. It's not fintech, it's not DeFi, it's not centralized exchanges. It's very much so users want a forgot password button. Users want a customer support agent. Users don't want to manage seed phrases. They do not want to be responsible for Anna's infinite approval button. They just want to be able to do things in a way that they're used to. And so it's kind of like this, like the infamous DeFi mullet coming back again, right? Where it's like Coinbase with their Bitcoin-backed loans via Morpho is a great example, or even some of these really good applications on your phone that allow you to borrow against crypto and spend it in the real world, like EtherFi, et cetera. And so we're pushing forward this idea that this is really where the space is going based on the institutional adoption that we've seen, as well as just like the general user trends. And so we've spent a good bit of time talking about how we kind of think about the user experience, the application experience, building the applications. But from this lens of kind of, it's always been finance, but it's not just this set of on-chain DeFi power users that is going to take this industry to where we all want it to go, which is ultimately tokenizing every asset and bringing every asset on chain. It's doing it in a new way. Guys, as it pertains to neo finance with regards to intents, as well as building applications in an abstracted fashion, how do you see the future of applications being built, as well as kind of user onboarding and generally where users are going to be congregating, what experience they want Talk to us about this intense landscape, which is ultimately powering this Neo Finance stack under the hood as it relates to each of your companies. I'm curious if you guys jive with this term, if you have pushback on it. Talk to us about kind of like if you think that this makes sense. Anna, maybe we can start with you and then go to you, Alan.
Yeah. High level, I mean, I completely understand where you're coming from. I would honestly say from an application perspective, it really depends on whether you are aiming to be the part where you do user onboarding or not. I think this is not necessarily the direction we are currently taking, so I can't speak so much to it. I think a lot of user onboarding takes place in wallets. There's a lot of it's a very saturated market to some extent already. Like, this is not necessarily the direction we are taking. In that sense, I see the DEX market rather as something that is being integrated by DEXs, by TradFi partners, etc., that will do the onboarding, and then they choose underlyingly what is the infrastructure they want to provide, including swaps, and will choose the provider, because users in the end, they will just use what is the easiest access for them. So I don't necessarily think in the futures user who are being onboarded by a Coinbase wallet, whatever, are going to go to different blockchains and then do their own research and see, oh, those are all the different DEXs that exist, and I'm going to go to whatever UI I like the best. But they're just going to go and swap whatever is per default integrated in the wallet that they're using. That's my thought on this.
Alan.
Yeah, I think out of like the panel here, like ThorSwap, we're probably the most applications like on the spectrum of applications. So I think we previously talked about vertical stack, right? So we are very much the consumer-facing stack. We actually built on top of SwapKit, which is our backend spun off its own, B2B aggregation, SDK. So that in turn, integrates like all of the cross-chain protocols. But all of this is to say that our users don't really know about this, right? And what we're trying to offer them is basically an alternative to centralized exchanges. Now, you mentioned, the DeFi model like CDeFi, right? And I think basically it's like there's different ways to like cut that hairstyle, right? So, since we've been around for 2021, it's really there's always going to be some degree of counterparty risk, but it really depends on, I guess, what your motivation is, right? For us, it's really about financial sovereignty. So I think we want to help our users be able to interact with blockchains and interact with crypto, obviously, in a way that's like as seamless as possible. So, trying to strive for that centralized, experience, UX, having chain abstraction and then wallet, abstraction. But at the same time, I think ultimately we want to offer them, as little counterparty risk as possible. So that, to some degree, we're trying to lead them to understand, hey, it's your seed phrase, right? It's stored locally, or you got to back it up locally. Because this, if it depends on where you lie on the centralized spectrum, you can say like, oh, okay, we'll abstract the wallet part, so maybe it's stored on server side, for you, and you just sign up, using your email or something. Now, that might be really easy, but I think, when things go wrong, they really go wrong, right? So what our users use us and apps for, I think, is versus say, centralized exchanges, is basically like a trustworthy brand or app that's built on top of trustless systems. So when something goes wrong, they can, open a support ticket. And, it's our job to figure out like, okay, what happened, and we can reach out to the protocols or find a technical solution to that. Yeah, so I in a way, I don't know if that shapes what you mean by neo finance, but I think, every cycle, I think, we're trying to make it easier for users, but also I feel like we shouldn't underestimate users, right? Because, in the past, maybe in prior cycles, you actually had to spend a long time even explaining what a crypto, like what Bitcoin even is, what mining is, how Ethereum smart contracts even works. But now it's almost like for a lot of users, it's already common knowledge, So I think it's about kind of meeting in the middle, where, taking experienced users for, off centralized exchanges services, and just purely, offering them a UX enables them to do things cross-chain, multi-chain. But also, onboarding new users in a way that's like, seamless, and then they can become, more experienced users over time, because that's how they actually gain financial sovereignty, right? So your keys, your coins, you understand what your assets actually do. And yeah, the risk, if they understand more of the risks that's involved with that, I think they'll be more likely to stay around and actually, become, experienced users.
I find that difficult, Alan. Like I have self-custody because we grew up with it, right? But I just know that like these users that are coming in now, they want the forgot password button. Like they want to type in if they have an issue and their number, all of a sudden it's not what they think it's supposed to be. There's a customer service agent or an AI agent that can like help walk them through it. Do you guys still believe in self-custody? Do you think that the incoming wave of users that we all expect, do you guys think that they're going to prioritize self-custody the way that we've kind of held it in high regard? I think, don't get me wrong, I know it's important. I believe that it's important. Not your keys, not your coins. The banks are doing fractional reserve lending. They're literally taking our money. They're giving it to someone else. But like, how can we help get them into a world of self-custody without all the complexity and kind of giving them the user experience that they already trust and they're very familiar with?
I think of this a little bit like, 100 years ago, electricity was not that common everywhere. And then electricity is pretty harmful and pretty risky thing, the same as the self-custody. But if you will figure out the standards around it, you'll figure out the sockets. And unfortunately, the world didn't do a good the good job about figuring out the single standard of the sockets. But we're gonna pass this. But like once you're gonna have these standards, then it's just gonna work, and then everybody are just gonna use it. I think it is about the kind of, I already was saying this, but it's about the maturity of the technology. I think fundamentally, being able to do for example, cross-border payments in between any two humans in seconds is a great feature, something that traditional finance doesn't have. An ability to fully control your funds and do whatever you want to do with this is a great feature, a feature that decentralized finance doesn't have. So, from that standpoint, the neo finance concept is something that I'm absolutely fully aligned, and I'm kind of pushing this forward the way I can with building the infrastructure for this thing. I'm a little skeptical about the Neo because in the end of the third film, the Neo died. But in general, I think this is going to be a better version of the world with Neo Finance, and I think that smart people will be able to move the technology to the level that it is safe to use for everybody, and this world is going to bring us lots of innovations and lots of new exciting things the same way as electricity did to all of us.
I'm curious.
Yeah. Sorry, just to jump in here, self-custody is really one of the core fundamentals for me for why blockchain is relevant, why it's so much better than traditional technology. And I agree with the statement that there is ways of allowing self-custody and adding some safe guardrails into it. And it's also highly important. I mean, maybe bringing up a little bit of another topic that is kind of scary. I don't know who is all following these recent kidnappings, etc., that are happening in France. So that would also be an argument to say, why self-custody is risky, because in a way, it's like a new way of how you can put a gun to someone's head and immediately allow them to do an $8 million transfer that in a traditional banking system wouldn't work. But there's ways, right? Like there's delay modules, etc., that you can build in that whenever a transaction is larger than X, it has to be either verified by someone else, or it will take at least X amount of days or whatever you want to put in before the transaction actually gets executed. Things like this, like there is ways around it, and we need to work on this, and we need to provide good UX, but it's possible to build good UX around these safeguards. And that's what we need to double down on. But I don't think the right way is to just compromise on self-custody.
I think, like, from our point of view, people don't necessarily, care that much about self-custody. What they care about is being global from day one. And that is something TradFi cannot provide because you need to set up accounts, follow like whatever laws and regulations of the countries you want to operate in. But having a wallet, you just need an internet connection to access it. So I think like it's properties like that that it's really is exciting for people. From when we chat with people, uh, a lot of teams that used to operate with centralized exchanges are actually moving to self custody, because sometimes centralized exchanges just block their accounts, and then their funds are then stuck, and they are talking to customer support for like 5 days, right? So I think it's all of these like other reasons than like maybe security that will sort of like push people towards it. People care about the security aspects only when they've seen the dark side of the picture. When they don't have custody, they only value it. They only value self custody once they've like seen the dark side. Otherwise, they don't really like get it. I think all of us OGs, we are here because we have seen the dark side and we sort of believe in self custody. But for the new entrants, it will first start with being global, being able to access your funds anytime. You will never be blocked. Like that's the statement. It's less about self custody. It's about never being blocked by any of the apps that you're trying to use. And then people start getting onboarded, and we go from there. I think quickly on the neo finance term, I have debates every 2 days about what company is a neobank and what company is a fintech. Maybe I'm too dumb, but I think like I still don't get the differences
I
between.
think the custody aspect is the actual differentiator there. You've got like crypto native neobanks that are non-custodial but provide a very simple, similar UX to like a Revolut, and then you've got a Revolut, a Venmo, a PayPal that are fully custodial. I think that's the key difference between the two. At least that's how we're thinking about it.
I think they're having the same debate in DC right now. That's what's holding up the market structure, Bill.
Yeah, guys, I know we're a bit over here. Last thing from me for you guys. We went around in circles in terms of interop and in terms of how to like build applications that are abstracted across tons of chains, across tons of to build the best UX after all the bridge issues that we had in 21 and 22. Even they still kind of persist. We just keep coming back to intents. And so this is like an intense day special here with near intense. Guys, is intense the end game for cross-chain? Like, have we finally conceded to the fact that intense is the best form of cross-chain usage for swaps, for payments, for everything? Or is there a different form of this kind of abstracted mechanism design, which is still contending to be the best for cross-chain? Let's go around the horn, guys. Let's get your take on if intents are the end game here.
And I'll build on that one sec. If it is the end game, just tell us what's next, right? Like, how do you continue to scale, and what comes after? If interop solved and it is intense, that's the end game. What happens now?
I think I'm happy to take this first. I think intense is the end game because it suits us the perfect centralized, decentralized sort of like solutions, right? Intents are great because from an end user perspective, you are signing something high level. You don't need to know how blockchains work. You don't need to know how transactions work. You need to understand approvals, like whatever. There is some guy in the middle who will sort of handle all of that complexity. And then there is an on-chain smart contract that will validate that what you wanted got done. So to me, it's the simplest and the most efficient form of like translating what the user wanted to get done from the user point of view, and sort of like take it like fully on chain where it's fully verifiable, right? So for me, it's not just the end game for like bridging, but also swaps, but also lending, borrowing. And in fact, if people want to do neo finance the right way, I think this is the way to go. People will just come and say, hey, here's my money, deposit it such that it earns like 6% APY. Some other guy will like figure it out. And if we can't, the on-chain smart contract will just revert, right? So I think intents is the right form factor and almost can be applied to any application.
I'm very aligned with this. There is very few things that I can add to this. I think that intents in itself is just like a design philosophy. I was pushing this build a better user experience and stuff like that. Well, intents is a better user experience because like you don't need to go into the nitty-gritty details of how things are working, and so super fully aligned with this stuff. If the intents that how we like if we're referring to intense protocols, the protocols that we have right now, um, uh, maybe these are not going to be successful. Maybe there will be other protocols that are going to come in. But I think that from the design standpoint, from the architecture standpoint, this philosophy is the right way to go forward.
Let me add, just for the purpose of making the discussion a little more interesting, add maybe one constraint. Like, obviously, I'm in favor of intense, but I also think they have some limitations. So I wouldn't sign a statement that it's an improvement for every application, because you're taking also assumptions on behalf of the user, right? Like in the case of a simple DEX swap, you're basically assuming, and that's an easy one, that a user wants to receive the best possible price. Now you make it more complex. For example, right, you're doing an intent on cross-chain. You already have more assumptions you have to take. You have, for example, different bridge providers. So now you have this trade-off between speed, price, and security. So how do you know what your user wants most?
There are many
It
different
could
things
be
there. It's not only this. There are also different things that whether the user is going to get black liquidity or not, whether whether the provider is stable enough so that his transfer would not be blocked. Like, it is all multi-dimensional optimization thing, and it is definitely something that an application need to understand from the user, like what actually he wants. And this needs to be put into some kind of form of a request.
exactly, but how that's the point, right? Like, different users might have different preferences, and then it becomes harder to take that assumption on
Oh yeah,
behalf of
we
the
should
user.
not.
And then it
Yeah, we
gets
should
more
not take these assumptions. The protocol should be working without these assumptions. It's the UI that needs to translate. It's either user need to click through all of the options, like, and say, okay, I'm against black liquidity. I'm okay with a little bit longer swaps and stuff like that. Or there will be an alternative UI in a chat with AI understanding what you want. But on the
Right, but
infrastructure, they will use the same protocol.
But I would say that makes the UX worse again, right? If in order to do this, you first need to set up, this is my profile. And then again, it doesn't really cover all niche cases, right? Because you might be, okay, if it takes 1 minute longer, it's not worth it for me to save $10. But if it only takes 10 seconds longer, I'm willing to, it's a granular trade-off. And I think to replicate this, right, you can also say, okay, it doesn't matter if it's about $10, like, we just take the decision on behalf of the user. But this is just to showcase that intents also have some limitations that then makes the UX a little bit worse again. And that's just something to keep in mind. Like, I would not say intents is just the solution for everything. Like, it's depending on the use case. The simpler the use case, the more obvious it is that intents are the solution. The more complex it gets, the more assumptions you need to take or work with the user to understand what really their preferences are.
This is pretty unusual to hear from the inventors of the intents, that intents is not the solution to everything.
No, we have always maintained that. I think for swaps, it makes a lot of sense, but there has been this hype at some point where it wasn't everybody's word for every kind of application, and I don't think intent is the solution for everything.
I'm with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for joining us. It's been an awesome session, and I'm glad that we got some spiciness there at the end. I was waiting for that. Anna, Vaibhav, Alex, Alan, you guys did great. Thank you for joining us on this Intense Day special. And keep coming back to this idea of where we're going, and just knowing that abstraction and intense-based designs are pushing us in the right direction. And you guys, with each of your individual companies, are doing so in a way that I think is certainly shaping the future of cross-chain, as well as just better user experiences on-chain. So thank you guys for joining. It's been an awesome session, and would love to have you guys on soon again.
Thanks.
Thanks for having us.
Guys. We'll see you next time.
Mahalo. Much love. Alrighty. Good sesh there, Rob.
Yeah, that went
Panel
much better
one
than
down,
much
panel
better
two?
than the first panel.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
Some new faces, some familiar faces, and applications. The one thing that I didn't get to for Thor Swap and Cow Swap was that that Anna made a good point of it, is that the distribution strategy is no longer DeFi power users, in my opinion. It is much more around getting integrated into these neobanks, into these fintech applications, and being a part of like the neo finance stack from the underneath, full kind of DeFi mullet style. And then on the abstraction part, really understanding that from the work that Alex and Vibe are doing with regards to really making it easy for the underneath, right? Because a lot of us are still kind of struggling with the cross-chain experience, but it's much better than what it was a couple years ago. And I just anticipate it to continue to get much better.
I think you're right on the broad swath of infrastructure that's being built. It's going to be difficult for these teams to go out and find their own distribution, but there are exceptions to that rule. You look at Near Intense, $10 billion of pure retail volume just flowing through their own user front end. Like they're not integrated, they're starting to get integrated into some of these aggregators and whatnot, but primarily the bulk, the lion's share of their volume comes directly through their own front end. So yes, I think these neobanks, you got EtherFi, and again, I do believe that legacy banks are going to be forced to integrate and innovate and ultimately pass along a lot of yield. And where is that going to come from? I think a lot of that's going to come from on chain. So obviously someone partnering with like a Wells Fargo to, implement, or Morpho implementing into a Coinbase, like these are primary examples of how much, distribution is out there that you can unleash through some of these integrations. At the same time, you can put a lot of hard work into getting distribution, probably get, billions of dollars of volume flowing in as well. So there's multiple paths to heaven.
Yeah, definitely. Man, we got our next panel coming up, guys. Stay tuned, stay with us here. First panel was a success. Second panel is coming up here, panel number 3. We're going to be talking about the rise of DeFi and neo finance, more specifically. We're going to be talking with Royal from Templar, Kendall from Proximity, Block Damon, and Rishbash from Encrypt Trade. Guys, it's going to be a panel all about how Intense and neo finance come in together to make a better experience for all. Hi, and I'm representing Near Legion. Oh, say more. Yo, love what Near Legion's building, supporting the vision. What's up, Bob? What's up, Coke? What's up, Lear Near Club? Wait and see what's going on, guys. Good to have you guys in. Yeah, I mean, we've got a fun next panel shaping up, and it should be a doozy, guys. Neo finance is what we're going to keep pushing on and keep asking these teams about. So, yeah, looking forward to getting them in.
Especially as you think about the app landscape and how it's going to evolve, because we're hearing conflicting opinions on this. We've heard how there is going to be sort of this this one app, you're going to be able to get some yield, but then again, you can't make it extremely simple where it's just, hey, this is how much yield you can get. There's all sorts of parameters, and it's about how much you want to pass back that complexity to your end users. And this barbell between choice and simplicity is going to continue to arise. Like we're going to.
Someone tried launching a chain live on stream.
we pretty much did that during the first panel.
I think somebody launched an ads meme coin. Do not buy the meme coin.
No, do not buy the ads.
Buy the ads meme coin. I'm glad that we got some good. I'm glad we got some good CPMs there for our clients, though. Rob, you were saying.
Yeah, I think. Like these launch pads, I think are going to converge into the same way too. Like we see the writing on the wall. There's only a handful of crypto applications that have gotten product market fit.
Yeah.
There's teams out there now that are verticalizing their product stack. And you have teams like they're going to have a launch pad, a yield aggregator, and a swap function all underneath the hood. And they're going to call it a financial super app or a neobank. And we're going to see so many of those.
Yeah.
I hesitate to think that there's going to be one application that once the technology becomes commoditized, people still continue to go back to, something like a Hyperliquid when you have, Rabby integrate Hyperliquid perps underneath, or, you have a financial super app where you can get all of the same choice, in perps and swaps and dexes. Why go, to a place that's only a dex unless you're just, you're just a creature of habit and you're just used to going to that, and that's the user behavior that you trust.
Right. Yeah. Man, I really think that this distribution question is the big one to hit on this panel, as well as just generally how these folks are thinking about from the Bitcoin side in terms of actual lending, in terms of institutional DeFi with block daemon, with encrypt trades, kind of privacy-based models. It's just really going to be, how do we get to a world where we're moving all assets on chain in the best way possible for users? And again, I'm just going to keep coming back to Neo Finance. So I think that's where we'll start on this panel. We've got our guests ready to go. We're going to bring them up and we're going to get this show on the road. Panel number 2 is coming in hot. We've got the DeFi panel talking about Neo Finance and more. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Guys, good to have you on. Royal, Kendall, Alex, Rishbash, welcome to the show.
Absolutely. No ladies on this one. I think it's just Pepe's and gentlemen. So
great to be here. Thanks for having us.
Great to be here.
Thanks for being here, guys. We just had a great panel with apps and intents. We had Cow Swap, we had Near Intents, Thor Swap, and Socket up there, and we were kind of describing this multi-chain landscape. As you heard Andy and I talking before you guys jumped on, we're also unpacking this Neo Finance landscape, which we believe is this convergence point. It's the evolution of both the legacy financial banking world as well as kind of the old guard DeFi world, which some of it's found product market fit, but a lot of it hasn't. So that's kind of where we'd like to start, is in a multi-chain world, in this like new maturation of teams and projects where we're kind of forced to find product market fit. I'm curious about, what you guys think sticks around and what you guys think is left behind. And so, maybe that's where we'll start, but we'll also get a quick intro. I think, why don't we start with Royal and we'll go around the horn. Feel free, quick intro about yourself. And then, tell us what you think stays behind, gets left behind, and what you think sticks around in this new era of DeFi.
All right. Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. I'm the Royal Fool. I'm the co-founder of Templar Protocol, which allows you to borrow against Bitcoin or any asset on any chain without trusting centralized intermediaries. To answer your question about what's sticking and what gets left behind here, I still think that we are very, very early as far as transitioning the entire financial system onto crypto rails. And I believe that ideologically, there is a place both for kind of like cypherpunk decentralized finance that was like the original spirit in which Bitcoin was built, and Zcash has really kind of resurged under that banner as well. In addition to, there's like an undeniable like tidal wave of assets that are coming on chain, both in the US and internationally. So I think there's going to be a place for both. So I don't think it's necessarily like my focus isn't like on what quite stays and what gets left behind so much as it is where are the biggest opportunities. And I think some of the biggest opportunities in DeFi are a combination of hitting the assets that aren't EVM native or don't have a Solana token, Bitcoin, Ripple, Cardano, Doge, etc. And in addition to that, a lot of the RWAs that are coming on chain. And that's going to require a number of updates to some of the different DeFi protocols. So if I were to actually answer your question on what I think might lose some ground and what might gain some ground in the area of lending, in which we specialize in, I think that in the long run, isolated modular designs are going to win out over pool-based models, both because
Awesome.
pool-based
Welcome to the
models
show.
are
Alex,
constrained
we'll go
by
to you, then
governance
Kendall,
as
then Rich
opposed
Bosch. We'll kick off, guys. Welcome again.
to ways coming on chain. Cycles, etc., that are best handled in an isolated framework. Not to mention, in my opinion, the superiority from a risk management and contagion perspective.
Cool, thanks. So Alex Zinder, I'm a Chief Product Officer at Block Demon. Prior to that, I was with Ledger for 3-4 years, and before that, I was a capital markets guy with Nasdaq, mostly on the technology side. I'm going to take a capital markets view to your question, because I think it's what I know well, and I think there's actually a good fit there. What stays? I think it's a two-sided problem, right? You need a supply and demand equation that works fundamentally, right? So on the demand side, I think obviously retail adoption will continue to push. So you'll have your existing players like Crypto.com and Coinbase, then obviously a lot of the traditional players that have the eyeballs today, right? Your E-Trades, your Robinhoods, your Schwabs, your Fidelities of the world that have a very large captive audience with a lot of wealth advisory type of services. And on the product side, what you need to deliver to that audience on the supply is yield opportunities, right? And there's a wide range of these, and I think they'll continue to evolve. Anything from low risk, full on staking capabilities, right? Direct staking solutions generating yield, to lend borrow models,
Awesome.
to kind of more
Kendall, and
more
then
nuanced
Rich
and
Bosch, and we'll
higher
kick off, guys.
risk trading strategies on dexes, your cash and carry trades, other potential long strategies. All of this is going to start to get more and more productized as we keep going, right? We'll start to fit into different risk metrics, and will be delivered to the right audiences, based on certain classifications. These models don't exist today, right? Frankly, in DeFi.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm Kendall from Proximity. So what we do is we support teams building cross-chain applications, agents, and more using primarily neural intents as infrastructure. Yeah, so I agree a lot with what Alex and RF said there. I think that like the biggest thing that's changing is we're seeing like the barriers to getting on, I think, happening more through like you have a ton of fintechs and even banks that are going to start adding in kind of effectively crypto rails, and they won't even look like crypto aspect of it, but an easy way to get access. I mean, what hopefully will happen is extra products that exist on chain really start to prepare a product that's specifically kind of for seeing some interesting experiments at the institutional side. USD AI is a really good example here. Daylight's a new one that's kind of coming up that are really just early experiments in that. But, as we like finally collapse this like barrier between off chain and on chain, thanks to things like Genius Bill and knock on wood maybe market structure, I think that's where we're going to see both more experimentation and adoption of both the retail and kind of institutional side with regard to DeFi.
Yeah.
Yep. So I can go next. Yeah, so a short intro. So I'm building right now Encrypt.trade. Before this, I was, at Goldman Sachs. I was working on the AI side over there for like 2 years. I've worked with teams like Avail, the data availability layer, and yeah, I started like doing Encrypt.trade like 3 years ago. And to answer your question, Alex, Andy, I think everyone else has covered most of the points, but I still think like there are certain buckets that you can put the real utility of crypto or blockchain. Like obviously, like there are stable coins which I think are the most valuable thing, like the ability to transfer assets like cross chain or like cross continent in a matter of seconds is still huge, and I think it's one of the biggest use cases. And there are other use cases like people love to like one of the major use cases where people use blockchains or crypto is like speculation. I think speculation is a very big use case, and we are seeing this with all kinds of markets that are created. Like earlier, it was meme coins from the retail side. Right now, it's prediction markets, and we see like institutional interest as well coming to the prediction markets. And these kind of things like will evolve with time. Like there will be big, like more innovative kind of markets that will be created, and I think with time, people will get exposure to them. Like every trading terminal, every like they need to constantly evolve by integrating all these markets that are already existing or like getting innovated. And when you have that front end which basically has all those things integrated, like as you see, like right now your wallet is that front end. So most of the wallets are integrating prediction markets and already have stable coins in them. So I think that is an ever evolving application which has the biggest moat in my take. Like obviously, like centralized exchanges are at that place, but in if you see on-chain finance, like wallets have a very big moat in that scenario because they are like an entry point over there to the user. And whenever user has assets over there, then they can basically send it from there as well. And if the applications are accessible from the wallet, it basically doesn't make the user leave that application. And the wallets are moving towards a like a neo banking application or a super app kind of a thing, which allows the users to use everything from inside the majority of the DeFi primitives from there, and like the yield primitives, the trading primitives, and all these kinds of things that are there. So in my take, like wallet is one of those applications which has achieved that role right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely. Guys, we wanted to frame this conversation under the guise of this idea of neo finance, which is really this convergence point between DeFi and legacy finance. It's not fintech, it's not traditional finance, it's not DeFi as we know it today. It's not holding your seed phrase, it's not necessarily using a ledger and clicking to sign off every transaction. It's really just usually mobile or institutional based user experience with something akin to what you're used to from a brokerage or a mobile app. It's using DeFi underneath. Alex, you mentioned a lot of experience in capital markets, and we know that a lot of these assets are coming on chain now. Through your work with Blockdaemon, you guys are providing APIs and a ton of different tooling for that to happen. When it comes to this era of neo finance as kind of like this next big step for the on-chain industry, for the blockchain industry, covering tokenization, stable coins, etc. Kendall covered quite a few of the other interesting private credit vehicles, USDAI and Daylight, which are really focused on exogenous yields, not this kind of hyper looping of CE DeFi that we saw with BlockFi and Celsius and Nexo. Really just a more sustainable path forward with the kind of institutional global TWAP on majors, as well as their desire to get into this asset class. Alex, kind of with that context in mind, what is this idea of neo finance as the evolution of DeFi mean to you? How do you think about this next set of applications and user experiences, especially as it pertains to intents and the work that you guys are doing at Blockdaemon?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think the foundational elements are going to shift in the DeFi ecosystem to be able to support this momentum and the adoption by the traditional financial sector. So for this kind of neo finance concept to really exist and mature and continue to evolve, there's three foundational pillars. They're quite boring, but they're critical, right? You need reliability, you need scalability, and you need security. And without those three things, financial services do not function. They will not work. And scalability is actually also a critical component because the audience that we're talking about here, right? Like if you think about all the users of something like E-Trade, right, or the Morgan Stanley accounts that are out there, it's very, very different than the current footprint of what exists in DeFi today. So the scalability aspect is going to be critical. So those are the boring pieces, and then also regulation is very important there, but it's not something that we can really control, right? That is just happening, throughout the maturity of the industry. There's a lot of advocacy that's happening in that regard, also an important component, but I'm kind of taking more of a technical, controllable aspect of it. So it's really up to us to build systems in a way where they're reliable, secure, predictable, and scalable. And there is an exciting component to this as well from a institutional perspective, from the kind of traditional finance perspective. There is a time to market aspect, right? So it's a very steep learning curve. These user interfaces and these capabilities are quite expensive and quite time consuming to build and evolve and bring to that level of maturity. So we're actually working on building some quite exciting interfaces that are completely pluggable into the existing financial services and financial applications that you see today, and are directly working with some of these players to embed that capability directly into their applications. But again, that comes with a certain threshold, right? Like these have to be audited, right? They have to be secure. They have to be reviewed by their security teams, tested at scale. So it's quite a resource intensive and a time intensive process that we're looking to expedite and shorten that time to market period from an adoption perspective. It is really an exciting time and an exciting catalyst for this, and we're seeing a tremendous uptick in usage and integration from the larger organizations in this space, and it will bring outsized inflows into the crypto ecosystem, and this is where also a lot of the liquidity aspects are going to need to be tested on chain to kind of look at that, the current behavior of some of these protocols and systems, and what happens to that at a certain level of scale. Because as we know, right, outside of staking, well, even with staking sometimes, right, what we've seen with Ethereum and the wait times to kind of deposit and withdraw, the liquidity constraints and some of the liquidity constraints of most of the DeFi strategies, that is going to come under a lot of pressure, which simply means that there's going to be also symmetrical demand on the supply side, right? So more and more supply and the inflow of capital to be able to accommodate the retail needs, which just simply means that the infrastructure has to be robust on both sides of the equation to be able to support this.
Yeah, appreciate that perspective, because we're seeing this happen more and more. Like for so long, it was the institutions are coming, the institutions are coming. Well, they're here and they're integrating, right? And so it's validating in some sense that it means some of the foundational pillars, the reliability, the security, we are there. But as far as tactically integrating these two systems, the devil's in the details as we get deeper and deeper into these integrations. And so, Kendall, you mentioned private credit. That's one of the asset classes that coming on board. We saw the New York Stock Exchange announce like they want to tokenize, they want to go 24/7 trading, bringing U.S. equity markets. And then, we also see, several more asset classes coming on chain. When the New York Stock Exchange made that announcement, it was very contentious on, crypto Twitter. People were saying, how is this beneficial, right? If they come on, well, that's not really, doing that much for some of the crypto native assets, right? The Bitcoins and the ETHs. They're just bringing equities on chain. It's like, they're improving their own internal efficiency. If they do it on a permissioned chain, what does that really benefit this crypto ecosystem we've built for so long? On the other hand, you've got Larry Fink in Davos talking about how it's important that all of this exists on one composable super ledger. Hypothetically, he was talking about, ETH or another, predominant L1. How should we think about these institutions integrating into our system? How important is it that they use an open permissionless chain? Is it crucial that it all exists on one chain? And would you guys, Kendall, maybe we'll start with you. Would you say this is them coming on chain? Is this a net positive for the entire industry, or does this just benefit, the efficiency of the New York Stock Exchange accounting layer?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think the dirty secret about like all of the stuff that a lot of us have been building for, for a very long time now is that it's pretty much all infrastructure. There's very few like real assets. I mean, there's a few, Bitcoin's amazing, Zcash, some of the layer ones, and like and increasingly, assets like Aave that, support some of the infrastructure, right? But like primarily, we don't actually have that many high quality assets that have come on chain. And I think what's really exciting is like now that is starting to happen. And it's true, most of it comes with caveats. Like we're not actually anywhere close to, I think, the future we all still envision here. But at the very least, we do now have serious players who are responsible for issuing serious assets, and also serious regulators that are taking this infrastructure we built very seriously. They do believe it's like at least close to ready for prime time, or components of it are. And so we're now able to like go up this quality ladder of assets. And I think that's ultimately what's going to like make neo finance kind of live or die, is like, is it actually being used for high quality finance, right? So that's one aspect to it. That's why like I think it is very bright sign that this is happening. I think the permissionless permission piece is definitely very important, right? I mean, I think the positive sign is some of the most serious players are pointing to like the value and benefits of like a permissionless underlying system. I don't have a whole lot of takes on like the permission aspect. I kind of thought we were sort of past that. I guess, we'll never be fully past that. But at the very least, I think what is interesting, you have something like Canton, which is like more on the permission side, but there's actually already, I mean, in this, even on like the intent side, you're seeing a lot of like bridges being built between permissioned and permissionless. And, I think that the devil will be in the details of like, what does it mean? What is required to move from a permissioned to a permissionless system and vice versa? I mean, we've seen a few early experiments with this with like, Ondo launched a permissioned version of like fork of Compound that like you had to be whitelisted in order to borrow, but you didn't have to be whitelisted in order to lend, which is really kind of an interesting hybrid. And I mean, this is where I think, getting more clarity, like no pun intended, from some of the regulators is going to make a lot of reasoning about a lot of this sort of trade-offs much easier. Right now we are kind of still in this gray area. But I think the signs point to like we're going to be able to sort out a lot of this madness. And again, like the TLDR from everything I just said is like we need high quality assets, and we need to be able to use all this great infrastructure we built, which is pretty much all it is, for high quality assets, but to create them, to lend against them, to make them tradable, all these different aspects.
I think these are great points. If I can, I would love to jump in for one minute, because I think there's an important distinction here that can drive the trajectory of the conversation further. I love the permissionless discussion, and it's a little bit kind of polarizing in some ways, but fundamentally the way we look at it, and for me for a while now, it's not a black and white type of thing, right? I think permissionless capability and kind of where that permission to permissionless spectrum sits is really a factor of scale at the end of the day, right? So you can have a permissioned ledger, but when you reach billions of individual users, how permissioned is that really? Like, what are the controls that you're going to have, and how does that scale? Or you can have a permissionless ledger like Ethereum, right? But then you can today set up a protocol in a vault with a whitelist of 10 participants, right? And isolate that protocol and capability to a very constrained user base, right? And basically run a permission model on a permissionless ledger. I think the important aspect of it is really scalability, right? Like how many participants in the actual financial services do you want to support on an individual basis without intermediaries, right? Because the current financial system is hub and spoke, right? Like we solved the scalability problem by introducing intermediaries into the equation, but having direct access to something is definitely a scalability challenge. And then it has to be composable, right? That's the next piece of this, right? If you have permissioned and permissionless networks that are composable, right? That you can actually move assets from one to the other under certain circumstances in different settings. That makes for a much smoother user experience, but also a much wider ecosystem. I think that'll be the value proposition of moving things on chain versus keeping them in the legacy infrastructure.
Royal or Rishpes, anything to add there?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just adding that. Yeah, I also think that maybe the privacy aspect is also very important over here. I think a lot of infrastructure right now is like transparent, and obviously, like I don't think like when institutions are coming over there, like lack of privacy is going to be support them. So we do need a proper layer on top of existing blockchains, or maybe like right now new L1s are coming which are fully private by nature. Maybe those are the kind of solution which institutions are looking, and there are solutions like Canton Network, Aztec, that are working on that direction. But maybe like we are providing such a kind of a solution where maybe existing blockchains can have privacy, like because most of the liquidity is there in the existing blockchains like Solana and Ethereum. So I definitely think that is also a very big missing piece for solving the whole problem of that.
Yeah, I think I view this permissioned versus permissionless question, like with the framing of the Hegelian dialectic. Like originally, there's this thesis of like centralized permissioned finance. That's TradFi, right? And then Bitcoin comes out. It's this cypherpunk antithesis of the TradFi model, where it's truly trustless, permissionless, etc. And what we're seeing right now, I think a lot of your framing around the neo finance is what you're seeing, like a synthesis of the two, right? So what I think that actually looks like, this synthesis, is using a permissionless layer as the base, and then you can add permissioned modules, networks, protocols, etc., on top of the base permissionless layer. So the whole design space is not scale free. I believe it was Alex that was talking a lot about scalability. And I think it's important to realize that the design for different levels of scale changes, right? You know, at a base layer, you do want permissionless because that's how you access the entire world. You know, that's part of the appeal of crypto, is that you can get billions of users on board. Whereas, you know, in a permissioned model that doesn't really quite scale as well, you're inevitably going to have a ton of fraud and bots that you're going to have to fight in this, permissioned silo. Whereas like in a permissionless base, you can build on top of that, you know, your different walled gardens and the tempos of the world, permissioned forks of open protocols. And even in the context of, you know, you can have a base protocol, like a DeFi protocol on top of a permissionless layer that has like permissioned vaults on top of it. So the underlying protocol itself could be permissionless, but then you could have a specific vault that requires whitelisting, or that people follow certain parameters. So I think that there's going to be this synthesis of permissionless cypherpunk crypto and permissioned regulated finance that are going to be, kind of joining together to create a new experience. And there's going to be a whole spectrum of apps for different use cases. You will have the cypherpunk use cases that are completely permissionless and decentralized. And then you'll have the completely permissioned ones, like all the way up to like CBDC. Those will exist in some parts of the world. But I think a lot of finance in the future is going to be somewhere in the middle. So yeah, I think that's the exciting opportunity here, is to, you know, help shape like everything in the middle.
I think that's where our focus is too. I mean, we've swung so far to the DeFi side, stayed very far away from the kind of CBDC side, if you're going to take it to its fullest extent of the extreme. But it's really somewhere probably closer to the DeFi side than closer to the CBDC side in the middle, but over there somewhere, which actually brings me up to a interesting question for you, Kendall. Through the chain abstraction work that you guys are doing at Proximity Labs, how much execution detail can you actually hide, and how much abstraction can we actually build into these applications? Thinking about this thing from the context of the spectrum that Royals brought up, how much control do users really want? How much execution detail can you hide, and how much abstractions can you do to make this neo finance vision come to life, to make it easier than just clicking on all of the DeFi applications, but also not having a full custodial kind of interface? Where do we kind of find the middle? How do you think about this?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think it definitely depends. Like we were talking about, like the complexity you can hide. It definitely depends, like which layer of the stack you're sort of talking about. So I think near intense is like first big success when it comes to like simplifying the UX across chains, came mainly from that specific piece, cross chains, right? Like if you're a user and you have assets on one chain and you want to either use an application on another chain or even just acquire assets on another chain, that was kind of fraught with you having to use like multiple different systems and applications in order to accomplish that. And also you had to like learn how different chains work. So you had to think about like whether you have gas on that chain. You had to think about like, do you have the right wallet for that chain? There was just a lot of like added kind of mental load for these users that like basically reduced a lot of like cross-chain activity. The Near Intent team, which I cannot take credit for because this is all them and Alex and his team, they did an amazing job actually building this layer of abstraction for most users where, using Near Intents is a simple example, which is like, okay, I have Sol, I want to buy Hype, and you just go there and you just do it. And, you can use your Solana wallet or your Hype wallet, or, I mean, they have like any number of kind of options that are available there. And they abstract all the complexity of needing to make sure you have the right gas tokens on the right chains and needing to think about like how different these networks are. And I mean, even better examples, probably like Zcash to, XRP or something, like couldn't be more different in how they're constructed. Right. And so that's like the first step, right? Is like for people who are already using crypto, who are already in one chain, have one wallet. But you can, of course, like take that a step further too. Like on the one side, you can abstract building for developers where, if you wanted to build this kind of either chain agnostic or even multi-chain, which I think are a different type of application, then that involved having to, I mean, as the other guys in this call, Black Damon, et cetera, know all too well, there's a lot of work that has to go into that. Connecting the RPCs, like learning how the chains work, learning different smart contract languages, different virtual machines. And I think what's really cool about, a lot of this chain abstraction tech that is now somewhat mature is that you really can just like learn one set of APIs in one system, and then you can get a lot of interaction for free. So that's on like the developer side. And then I think, finally on the user side, like we're going to see basically, my thesis still is like, everyone's kind of banking app is going to be a route to them being on chain. And I think that like those banking apps and those fintechs are going to be the ones who are going to be adopting a lot of this chain abstraction tech on behalf of their users in order to basically completely remove that from the experience entirely. They may even hide the fact, like they might have, Revolut will probably have Revolut USD, whatever, like their stable coin. And they probably won't even call it that. They'll just call it USD, right? As far as like the user experience goes. And then that Revolut user might want to pay someone on like Venmo or like Robinhood, and Robinhood will have Robinhood USD. And in the background, what will happen is there'll be like a swap from like Revolut USD to Robinhood USD. But the user will just be like, oh, my friend has Robinhood, I have Revolut, I sent them a transfer and everything worked out, right? I think that's kind of like where we're going to go. And like all of the kind of, block cross chain, like cross asset, different DeFi protocol, all that stuff will be abstracted away. And it's just basically just a lot of work by, teams like Alex and Near Intents and Black Team and a lot of the people on this call to, roll up their sleeves and build a lot of infrastructure. But, after many years of letting this all bake, we're getting really, really close.
Yeah. I think it's really exciting to see this play out because, this is something that we interacted with at the base layer. And I really like Royal Fools, the way in which he's describing kind of the base layer here. We can all interact with it. Kendall, you're talking about abstracting some complexity. Before you guys joined, it was like, okay, we've got this dimension of choice and simplicity. On the one hand, we can give all the users all the choices in the world. It's going to be very complicated. On the other side, we can be a very simple, but we don't really pass along all those choices. And so I'm just curious, as you guys are thinking about risk management here, like, because we did see the DeFi, 2021, 2022, a lot of people went to jail because the money disappeared. It all ended up in Do Kwon's Terra Luna anchor farm paying 10%. That was real easy. There wasn't much complexity about like, what the yield was or where the choices were. It was like, you get 10%. That's it, right? And if there's a financial super app or a neobank that's like, hey, here you can earn 6.5%, that's it. There's no more choices or complexity baked into it. How do we manage risk on in that sort of paradigm? And if you guys have insights into how the Revoluts or the the Venmos or how are these guys thinking about risk management from this perspective? Open question. Feel free. Anyone to jump in there.
That's a great question. I think there's also a parallel to the previous question that Kendall did a really great job kind of going through. To me, it's really a matter of financial incentives and where do you draw the line from ease of use, right? From abstractions of the complexity from the user to the service provider, and there's risk baked into that as well, right? So if I'm just going long on Bitcoin, right, and holding it in my own ledger, my own Ledger wallet, right, with self-custody, that's great, right? That's a very easy model. I know the risk, right? The risk is all with me as an end user, and on the other side of me is a public network, right? However, if I want to log into my neobank account, to my Revolut account, and to your point, deposit and get 8% returns, they're pooling capital, right? They have different strategies that they're leveraging behind the scenes. They have liquidity concerns and constraints that they need to manage, right? They have millions of users that they're doing this for. The risk is with the provider. Now the question is, how much are they charging the user to manage that risk, right? To provide that service, to manage that capital. And there it's really just an economics model, and as long as there's a very varied user base with different risk acceptance and different levels of being informed, you're going to have different models that fit that. The interesting thing for us, though, this is where I love being on the infrastructure side and really building the tooling around this, that from our perspective, it doesn't really matter that much, right? Even if you look at the intent model and kind of the solver ecosystem, that ease of use that's provided by the solvers, it's still the solvers are still entities, right? They still need to manage the capital and the liquidity, right? They still need to interact with multiple protocols to manage their own treasury after they've serviced the intents that they're servicing. It still needs to scale. So they will still need the RPC nodes, the connectivity, the wallet management capability, the bridging to manage their operations effectively, to provide that service to the user. And it's just a matter of like, where does it sit? Like, how much are we abstracting away for the user? How big of a service is the solver providing, and what tools does the solver need to be able to function effectively at scale?
Yeah, if I can jump in on just you mentioned Luna, and in general, like the risk of different yields in finance. I think that this has been a problem since the beginning of money, right? How do you properly manage risk? And this is something that is in no way unique to crypto. There's always going to be people who are greedy and are picking up pennies in front of a steamroller. And at various scales, both at the crypto Luna scale and at like the global financial system scale, as you get more centralization and everyone's piling into the same yield, that concentration creates a lot more risk. So what's really important to ensure that you have a robust financial system from like a risk management perspective is truly free markets, and the ability for those free markets to function when something fails and something else to come back in its stead. And the idea being that you have different sources of yield that hopefully are isolated from each other and are generally uncorrelated to the downside, and that when there is a huge black swan event, that the contagion from that is minimal. So I'm sure we're going to have more credit blowups. We're going to, we had 1010 and Stream Finance recently, and DeFi as a microcosm of the Terra Luna situation. That's going to happen going forward. But what's important, especially in crypto, is that you have systems that are robust and anti-fragile enough to survive those type of events that will inevitably happen.
Kendall, anything to add there from the perspective of just kind of understanding where this is all heading?
No, I mean, I think that summed it up, quite well. Yeah, ultimately, I think this is where each of like the kind of application developers is going to make a choice based on whatever user group they're targeting. Is like, there's going to be a lot of these applications that'll appeal to different people. More sophisticated people want more flexibility. Less sophisticated, people might just want like set it, forget it. The big risk of set it, forget it is you don't know what you're setting and forgetting, and it could blow up, right? And I mean, yeah, it's going to be a mess. I mean, definitely our focus is on just giving the tools to the developers to, navigate all these choices. I think like, one thing that can be really nice in, the spirit of what RF said about like decentralization is like, if we can create a market where there are going to be a lot of choices and then we make it really easy for developers to provide those choices to their users, then we at least like create the landscape in which you know, you can have a lot of like, hopefully good choices. Definitely there'll be some bad choices, but hopefully a lot of like good choices and, you know, a lot of kind of customization based on, you know, user needs. And, you know, if there's anything, if we're going to throw AI in here, it's like, I think AI is making it a lot easier for people to evaluate a broad landscape of complex choices and decisions, sometimes poorly, but in a lot of times really well. And so, you know, still hopeful that there's a future where like, yeah, we see blowups, but blowups are a lot more contained and, you know, we make the landscape as competitive as it can be.
Love it.
I think we can't forget about liquidity in that context. Another very important aspect and something to think about, right? Like we're creating the tools and the capabilities to drastically increase the number of options and products that are out there today available to the user. The challenge, of course, is each one of these products needs to have certain liquidity requirements to actually be viable and manage risk in that regard. And I think that needs to be a conscious thing, right? Because to support a much wider surface area of available products, you need to extend your capital profile and capital allocations. So the floodgates really do need to open on both sides. And, you know, this is really how we think about the problem. And we're just as deliberate about building infrastructure for inflows of capital from the large institutional. It's just to be able to actually properly create the liquidity capabilities required for this growth in asset profiles, as we are in building the infrastructure to bring the retail demand and in some cases also the institutional demand that is going to be buying and investing in these products.
Gentlemen, thank you for joining us on the Neo Finance special for the Intense Day. It's been a great conversation. I think we can all agree that this space is changing direction with the influence of legacy finance coming on chain and really trying to tokenize as many assets as possible and bring more sustainable, reliable yields on chain, doing it in a private, compliant manner, operating somewhere in that gray area, in that middle ground, through each of the work that you guys are doing. Guys, thank you for being here with us today, and hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And shout out to the Intense Day special.
Guys, thanks everyone.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you guys.
Cheers.
Bye.
See you guys. Bye. The Neo Finance episode concludes. Panel 3 is done. Rob, what'd you think of that one?
Yeah, I think we're getting a lot of validation on this thesis. Obviously, it's still there's still a lot of open room to see how this is going to unfold. But I think one thing is for sure, and that's, the integrations are happening. We know the institutional flows are here. It's a matter of how exactly we see this integrate in the near term. I tend to think that we're going to see a lot more permissioned blockchains. We're going to see a lot more, closed loops without the composability. Besides intents, I think intents are actually one of the things that are relatively low lift that can connect these two. Like even a permissioned world, like you heard, Ripple and Zcash, right? Two vastly different worlds, but that goes to show that that's a proof of concept that permissioned blockchains can connect to public blockchains, not with full composability that we eventually want, but we will get there. So just like we've talked before about how we're not huge fans of stable coins because we're crypto anarchists at heart and we believe in Bitcoin to rule the world. Eventually, like stable coins are a stepping stone to Bitcoin as the global reserve currency, just like permissioned blockchains are the stepping stone to one public, an open permissionless blockchain.
Guys, I got to give a shout out to Near Intense Day at ETH Denver, Wednesday, February 18th from 12 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. local time at the Livestock Center at the National Western Center in Denver, Colorado at the main event. We will be there at ETH Denver doing the show. We'll be at Near Intense Day. Guys, get there. It's on Luma. If you search Near Intense Day at ETH Denver on Luma, you will see the event application. Guys, we're going to take a super quick break, and then we've got our next panel with VCs, Avichal, Haseeb, and Matt discussing investing in the Intense Stack and more. We'll take a quick pause and be right back, guys.
Should be a good one. Have with your crypto, go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? Infinify gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. Infinify is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
All right, gentlemen. Investing in Intense. Haseeb, Avichal, Matt. Guys, great to be back here. Matt, I think it's your first time on the show. Would love to just get a quick intro about who you are, what you do, and then we'll get right into it.
Thanks, Andy. I'm Matt Kummel. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for the Near Foundation. I joined over the summer in July. I have been in crypto since 2021. I spent a long time at DCG. Prior to that, long career in consulting and traditional finance, hedge funds, banks, and that world. So this is the place that I'm most excited to be. The whole concept of Intense is the reason I joined Near. So I'm really excited to be talking about this today.
Beautiful. Gents, we're going to talk about investing in the Intense stack, where we see value accruing, generally how we're thinking about it. We framed this to a set of application builders earlier on the show and just kind of speaking about how it seems like the industry has conceded that Intense are indeed the end game for interoperability, for payments, for cross-chain swaps, and just generally the best form of bridging that we've seen since the inception of basically the multi-chain world. We kind of had a good debate about it, going back and forth about there's a lot of nuance to that take. You guys are obviously very, very familiar with Near Intense and just generally the cross-chain landscape. I'd like to get each of your takes on why or what you believe to be the current status quo for interoperability and for cross-chain value accrual, right? I think a lot of these applications in the interop stack have struggled from kind of being in the middle. Kind of, you've got the base layer, the L1s accruing a lot of value, and you've got the applications that own users accruing a lot of order flow as well. In the middle has been kind of a sticky spot for a lot of teams. How do we think about the current state of the status quo of investing in this kind of in the middle stack with regards to intents? And I'm sure we'll go from there. Haseeb, why don't you kick it off?
Yeah, so we're long-term investors in Near. We actually invested back in 2019, it must have been, in the seed round. And Near has obviously evolved quite a bit since then.
Well,
and
you did
I
this.
think the
You
Near
did
intent stack
Near Metastable back
at
in
Metastable, correct?
18.
Was it 18? Yeah, it must have been 18. That's
Yeah,
right. That's
'cause
right.
we did it in 18 too. This is
Yeah. So I think we were in that same round.
We coded that round with you and Naval back
That's
in 18.
right. And at that time, I mean, Near was totally different. And so Intents was something that really evolved out of the product exploration of Near in that time. And it's one of these happy accidents. This often happens in startups, is that you start, trying to do something and you end up finding this auxiliary thing that actually ends up becoming the real thing that consumers want and pull out of you. So from our perspective, investing in Intents, like our original investment in Near was not predicated on Intents, but it's now become increasingly clear that, as you mentioned, a lot of the middleware, if you're investing particularly in like a solver or these are not where the value is primarily accruing. If you think about the Zcash rise over the last few months, so much of that, the rise of Zcash has been captured, one, obviously by Zcash itself, second by Zashi, which is the application that actually routes or that sources the demand from users. And then third, Near itself, which facilitates all the solvers coming together and actually settling transactions through their MPC network. But although there are other startups and other companies that sit in between somewhere along that stack, I basically agree with your description that it seems demonstrably most of the value sits either at the bottom or at the top, but you don't really want to be sitting in the middle.
Yeah.
I think about it a little bit differently. I think there's like 4 players when you're talking about an intent. You have the app and the wallet that owns the end user, that owns that relationship with the consumer. You have the intent protocol that is coordinating and solving and finding the path between the user's desire and the liquidity. You have the solvers, and then you have the other L1s and protocols that are there. And so having looked at this, Haseeb, like the app absolutely like deserves to get a lot of the value accrual here because they own the relationship with the user. There's a lot going to the solvers as well. If you can run an efficient solver, we have 40 plus solvers running on Intents. There's a lot of value that gets captured at that level. There's a little bit in that middle piece in the intent protocol. We're trying to figure that out right now. We have done $10 billion, $11 billion of trade routing through there, and we're working with our partners to make sure that we get the right part of that. And then, the protocol, the L1 at the very bottom is actually not getting as much as you might expect. They're kind of getting gas fees, and that's about it.
Yeah, sorry. So when I was saying the solver, the solver network, I was referring to as the bottom layer, which is actually like managing and routing all of this. That would be Near in this case, not the chain that you're moving from or moving to. Those chains obviously are getting almost nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's a market structure thing here too, which is, in a lot of markets, this is the case where you sort of like, I can't remember if I published this or if there's an internal thing, but I've talked about this on a bunch of podcasts where you kind of have this like x-axis, which is users on one end and like heavy capex infrastructure investment on the other end, and you put a y-axis on it for who captures the value, and you do get like this U-curve in many markets. So Nvidia captures all the value, AWS, which is a hard capex problem, captures all the value, and Facebook will capture a bunch of value on the front end, or Claude, will capture a bunch of value. Claude Code will capture a bunch of value. And if you're like in the middle and you're a systems integrator, you're in a tough spot. I think there are 2 things though that are sort of asterisks on this. One is even if that's the relative shape, the total size of the market is a consideration here, right? So if you're talking about a really tiny market, like the middle is not going to capture that much. If you're talking about something that's like trillions of dollars, actually the middle could still be like a $50 billion company. Right. So one thing to think about is like, what is the scale of what you're talking about? So even relatively speaking, okay, great, Bitcoin's going to be worth 50 trillion. But actually, that might mean that something that we would sort of call middleware might still be worth hundreds of billions of dollars, right? So there's a scale question. The second thing I think to note is that that's not universally the case, this sort of U-shaped curve. And I think it's a little bit of a function of how fragmented are either ends. So one example here would be Stripe, which is Stripe captures a crap ton of value, and it's because it's so fragmented on both sides, right? There's millions and millions of app developers and people that need to do this sort of processing. And on the other side of it, if you're trying to do this at global scale and you're trying to do this with real users, the payment methodologies are extremely fragmented, right? If you've tried to move money in the legacy system around, so everything just gets hyper fragmented. Or like Twilio used to be a good example of this. The market structure has evolved over the last 15 years, but so many app developers on one side and so many places to route the messages, and like the nuance and complexity of doing that is to do it reliably is quite hard. And I think you can make an argument that intents look a little bit more like a Stripe or a Twilio than like traditional middleware, which is if you believe there are going to be millions and millions of developers trying to route stuff through networks, and actually there's going to be thousands and thousands of chains between L2s and L1s and specialized chains and permission chains, yada, yada. You actually have a fragmented market on both sides, which actually suggests that maybe intents could capture a lot of value in the middle, and near as the routing mechanism looks a little bit more like a Stripe or a Twilio than it does like a traditional middleware company. You guys are nodding, so I assume nobody disagrees with me.
I mean, I think I just feel right now it seems like based on what Matt said, like there's just been like the question, like the issue now is, okay, how do you meaningfully monetize this? Like there's a moat from the perspective of like Near has some of the best chain routing infrastructure, right? You can go from Zcash to Bitcoin to Solana to Ethereum to a ton of L2s, other non-EVM chains. But as a user, like, is my interaction with this application going to change if there's a additional fee added, and like how that kind of plays out from the perspective of like, is there a moat that is monetizably defensible, or is it just because right now it's a really great spot to go and do this cross-chain action? But if there's somebody else who has a very similar application with smaller fees, is there going to be a discrepancy in terms of like where users want to go? I guess like what I'm trying to ask here is like, is it just the best product on the market right now for people to use to go from Zcash and kind of like these silos, or is it a really, really good product that can also then start to like charge and actually create a sustainable kind of like revenue source from this?
The story on these kinds of things is always that you get to scale and you make it up on scale. It's very seldom the case unless you're Coinbase, that you're going to have super high margins and that's how you're going to end up building a big business. If you look at the big exchanges in the world, you look at the Binances, the OKXs, the Bybits, they have very low fees. They compete on fees. There's constant fee competition, but that doesn't mean that these are small businesses. Actually, they're tremendous businesses, extremely profitable. So I think the story for Near Intents is no different than that, is the demand for assets moving cross-chain, and basically the kind of, the problem with DEXs historically has been that, okay, you can do spot DEXs. Spot DEXs are great, but they're constrained in the number of assets they can list. If you go on Binance, the kind of assets you can trade is basically everything in crypto. But if you are on, if you're in DeFi and you're trading on Uniswap, you can only trade assets that are tokenized on Ethereum. So you can trade WBTC, you can trade ETH, obviously, Rapsol, there's some of that. But the further down you get on the list, once it's no longer Ethereum based, you're kind of screwed, or the liquidity is so thin and it's so annoying to have to wrap and unwrap and figure out exactly what you own and how to get it out, that what really people want is the centralized exchange experience, which is just, I'm actually trading the underlying. And that's, I think, part of the reason why Near Intents has taken off, is it's so simple. You're actually trading the underlying. And that's what people want in a spot experience.
Yeah. And this holds true to the neo finance thesis that we have here, which is sort of this maturation of a lot of the old crypto infrastructure that never really found product market fit. And then on the other side, the legacy finance that we think is going to be forced to innovate, whether through regulation or the disruptors that are out there. Ultimately, people want the centralized exchange experience. But thinking about value accrual in the stack, we do have some data behind this. Matt, like you mentioned, $10 to $11 billion of volume flowing through Near Intents has generated $18 million in fees. This over 500,000 unique users in the last 30 days. 100,000 users in the last 7 days, over 16 million total swaps. So I'm curious about how the market structure evolves when we have sort of this multi-dimensional market between like this intense protocol and the solvers, for instance, as one dimension of this. Like how do those negotiations take place? Are we running these auctions behind the scenes, and it's a matter of, you know, these solvers holding inventory and this is how the market structure shakes out? Or, you know, what are these kind of like B2B, like people sit down in a room, they hash this out face to face in terms of negotiations? How do you think we see this market structure evolve, you know, as we continue to see intense protocols scale more and more with more volume?
It was funny, you know, just taking a clip from what Haseeb said, you know, we'll make it up on volume. There's a funny thing there where it's like, we have not been taking fees on a lot of this stuff. You know, we've been creating the relationships, creating the network. And, you know, it was mentioned earlier, sort of the Zcash moment was the catalyst for Intense for us. I was really worried that the analogy I use, and this is kind of a gross one, but I thought it would be like a snake swallowing a hamster, you know, and you would just see this lump of Zcash thing going through, and then we would have collapsed back to where we were. And I think the team that I work with here at Near did such a tremendous job of capitalizing on that moment and finding the partners and working with partners and building those relationships. And so a lot of it, Robbie, is one-to-one negotiations. It's not exactly where I want to be. I'm trying to get to more standardized relationships and more, you know, fair sharing of value between the different parties that are in the ecosystem. I want that value to accrue in a transparent way. I want Haseeb, I want Avishal, I want investors out there to see what we're doing. Like, you know, my dream is for someone to be able to DCF on the Near protocol, and so I want the revenue to be accruing and to be visible. And so that's what we're working on right now is going out and working with our partners.
There's no specific agenda, right? It's everything.
It's price and it's value that you're delivering to the end user. Like that's how the decision gets made. Okay, that's how they choose their routing. No one is sitting there in the Ledger wallet or the Trust wallet going, I'm a Near Intense user. They're going, that's the best price. I'm going to bang it. And I'm going to close that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we have to be competing on value, and that value has to be, you know, shared across those network of partners. And so it's going to be really fun next 3 to 6 months as we go and have those conversations. It's amazing, you know, for us to have our first real piece of product market fit for Near, and to be seeing it work, and to have, you know, runs that you can put up on the board, but also know that you're providing tremendous value for the end user. And I mean, all of us here have been around long enough. You guys have bridged assets. It's a sweaty moment when you're waiting. I just remember moving something from ETH to Arbitrum and then trying to move it back, and it's a 7-day wait, and you got to put a reminder in your calendar. Like that's not good UX. And so that's what we're trying to do, is provide a fantastic user experience and provide a thing of high value to them. And I think we can and should get paid for that.
Yeah, definitely. Avishal, kind of coming back to your U-shaped curve idea here with regards to the market structure, specifically within Near Intense, but let's just kind of zoom out to the broader cross-chain landscape and the Intense landscape. And perhaps this is a silly question, but is this just a winner takes most or all market, right? Is it going to be something where, you know, we've seen so many kind of like what Vance from Framework calls Temu copycats of successful applications that get VC dollars because they think that they're able to kind of like, you know, take a small share of a big pie that's been created by the kind of number one here. Near Intense being the leading kind of intent cross-chain provider amongst tons of other cross-chain providers. How do you see the competitive landscape for Intense playing out? If we're convinced that Intense are likely going to be the you know, at least part of this end game of the cross-chain abstraction that we've been looking for, isn't there going to be a lot of people coming for this market? You know, how do you think about that playing out as we scale from 10 billion to 100 billion to, you know, trillions?
Yeah, I think there will likely be people that try. I think with these kinds of things, though, there's a real network effect. Like if you assume that the market is going to be fragmented on both sides, then there is a true network effect phenomenon, which is why I really agree with what Haseeb was saying, which is I think you don't want to worry too much about value capture on the front end. You just want to get to scale. and sprinting as hard as you can to get to scale means you lock in the network effect. And then if there is a true network effect, which I think there is here, between the applications and all the chains across which you need to route, then that almost always results in some significant efficiency. Could be depth, liquidity, pricing advantages, settlement times. There's like a lot of dimensions of efficiency you might get, but that network effect will give you all of that efficiency. And then at that point you have pricing power. And I suspect this is going to be a winner takes most. Like it's likely some sort of power law where the winner for whoever is routing across all the chains and across all the devs and settling all of this stuff, that likely is like the winner takes 70 or 80% of the market. And then there will be some specialized, 20% that's scattered between a couple other folks, but it's going to look, like social networking or payments or search. Like it's going to be a power law. And I think that's what I'd be focused on if I were the Near team right now. It's just like market share. How do you just get to max market share? Because, the market here is going to be 100x, 1000x, 1,000,000x bigger than it is today. We're still very early days. And that early network effect will compound. So if you can be like Facebook and just win colleges, you can take that and you can back into everything else. And then as the market grows, then you win. Then you're $1 trillion company.
Yeah.
So if
there's two things I want to add to that is that, imagine an alternative world where Near was charging super high margins and they were making a bunch of cash. That's actually the world where you want to be more afraid of competition, because everybody's going to see huge target on your back. People are going to come and undercut you. They're going to try to compete for that margin. But if you start super low margin and you basically say, I'm going to go low margin or even go zero margin and just dominate the market first, then all your competitors are screwed, because nobody can come in and really compete with you. And even if they do, unless they get to scale more than you, there's no prize waiting for them at the end. So that, it's hard to compete with free. And this is one of the things the social network learned very early on, is that don't charge anything, just get to scale, dominate the market. So I like this version of the world where Near is basically just completing and dominating the market. The second thing I'll say is that, one thing to recognize is that we've seen this enormous growth in perps and in perps on chain. And this is in large part because, these are cash settled instruments, very, very easy to do on chain. Not very easy, but obviously straightforward enough, because all you really need is to know what the mark price is, to have some funding rate, to have enough liquidity for the market to clear, and boom, you can trade anything. But the problem with that theory is okay, yes, you can trade anything, but you can only trade the price. You can't actually get the thing that you are buying. You cannot get Zcash through Hyperliquid. And if what you want is a property of the underlying thing, like if what I want is privacy, you don't get privacy by swing trading Zcash on Hyperliquid. You only get privacy by actually getting the Zcash. And so as we start thinking more deeply about why people are using crypto and what they're using crypto for, it's like, I don't want to be long a USD perp. I want a stablecoin. And that's a big part of the reason why the DeFi story of just the rise of derivatives is not enough to satisfy the whole picture of why DeFi is so valuable and so important. The other side of that is the physically delivered stuff. That's what Near Intense is all about.
So then would a structural risk to the Intense thesis being that users don't actually care that they get the actual asset?
Yes, that would be a huge structural risk. I don't think we're that much worried that will happen. I think it's pretty clear that people, you can see already from the underlying demand that, people want to use stuff that's available on other chains, right? I don't want Rapsol if I want to go onto Solana. I actually want Sol, because I can't pay fees with Rapsol.
Yeah. So outside of the competitive pressures then, guys, and the actual asset issuance, what are the other structural risks that you see from the investment perspective for Intense as a category? Is it other bridge designs winning out? Is it the multi-chain landscape kind of fails and we get a lot of consolidation across activity into just a handful of chains? Is it some sort of structural third party, I don't know, going solvers going on strike and being in a union? Like, what are the other structural risks to this thesis outside of competition, fees, and asset issuance or asset types? Or is there any?
I think we're on an inevitable path, right? DeFi is 26% of daily trading. That's up 6x over the last 3 or 4 years. We're going to see more and more people moving into DeFi. As Haseeb just said, people want access to the raw underlying asset. They don't want the wrapped asset. They don't want the derivative of the asset. They want the asset. They want to hold it in their wallet. They want to know that they own it and it's safe. I think Intense grows. For me, like Intense is not just a swapping mechanism. It's not just a crypto mechanism. Our long-term vision is this becomes the commercial arm for the artificial intelligence agents and transactions that are coming. And you'll see us build out Intense in that way. So we'll move from just a on-the-spot swap between Haseeb and I to a escrow transaction between Haseeb and I to a contractual relationship between Avishal and myself. Like that's where we're going to see it going. We're going to see it move into physical goods. And this was a tremendous proof point, but that's the long-term vision.
Hey, how's it going?
That intent concept.
I would add kind of two things. One, I think DeFi is certainly going to take off. I think TradFi is coming in. Like this is, when we talk to people in New York and Wall Street, like they're going to tokenize everything. It's very clear.
I don't know if I should tell
and
you
that has
this
to
here,
sit
but it
somewhere.
sounded like the green room was,
I
like,
don't
bleeding
think it's
over
going to
into the
be that
live
there's
stream.
just like one chain where all the tokenized stuff sits. There's just too many competing
Like
interests.
5 minutes ago?
It's going to be complex, right? I think it's going to be many, many chains, many, many base layers, many L2s, many L1s. And so I think that fragmentation creates opportunity for Intense. The other thing to think about here is the rise of agents. And I think the agentic economy, while very, very nascent right now, I think if you look at any other financial market, if you look at the stock market, it's mostly algorithms.
Yeah, one
It's
of my
not
devs
mostly
just said he heard
humans.
me live.
So we're used to this world where there's like a bunch of humans clicking on buttons in DeFi. And what we're about to hit is this world where it's all bots. There's obviously a bunch of bots at the MEV layer and like in transactions right now already, but like when you can vibe code a bot that just does a thing on your computer, or every single app has some agentic interface, I think you're actually talking about like an entire TAM expansion of 1,000,000x, right? Like I think the actual users of this stuff are not quite here yet. And once the agents are here, now you're talking. And I think that happens over the next like 2 or 3 years.
Avachal, I'm still thinking
last
about.
thing I'll say, last thing I'll say, just to put a bow on that, is the reason why Intense. Just to hammer this one more time. Like even if you just want exposure to the price, right? Let's say I'm buying Bitcoin, and I'm not buying Bitcoin because I'm going to be using Bitcoin fees to transact on Bitcoin, but I just want to own the Bitcoin, right? Even in that world where I just care about the price, if I'm an agent or if I am, somebody that just doesn't really, look, Hyperliquid's a great exchange, but if I want to own this Bitcoin for multiple years, do I really want to have an open derivative position on Hyperliquid for years? Like, do I know what that's going to look like? Do I know what the funding rates are going to be? Do I know that this exchange is going to stay up? Do I know what's going to happen to my positions? Do I know there's not going to be a Hyperliquid V3 or a V4? I don't know any of that. I don't care about any of that. I don't want to know about any of that. All I want to know is I have my Bitcoin and you leave me alone. And so the instantaneous trust I have to have of simply, does this intent network work? Am I getting a good price? That's the only thing I need to know. The moment I have that interaction with the intent network, I am done. All I have now is Bitcoin. All I have now is Zcash. All I have now is the tokenized stock. Even if I'm an institution, I don't want to have a long-term position open on some DEX. I just want the tokenized stock. Give me the tokenized stock. I want no further counterparty risk than whoever actually did the tokenization, the end. That fundamentally is why I think this stuff is going to continue to grow. Institutions care a lot about counterparty risk, to say nothing of individuals.
Gentlemen, thanks for joining. It's the Intense Day special today. It's a bit of a mega stream. Thank you for being a part of it. Congrats on the success on this investment. Matt, great work. Always good to have you. Always good to have you guys on.
Pleasure, guys.
Right. Shout out
Cheers,
to the
guys.
green room guy.
Alex.
Behind the scenes cooking.
Cheers, guys.
Sweet.
Mahalo.
See you guys.
Much love. Bye. Alrighty, Rob, takeaways, thoughts.
I think we're on hour 3.5 and I'm losing steam.
You can't lose steam. We've got one more panel. We've got the cross-chain panel. I had to re-up on the coffee there.
Yeah, I haven't had coffee in 2 weeks, believe it or not. I know. You carried
How's that been?
What's that?
How's that been? Talk to us about your no coffee journey.
It's been interesting. I stopped all substances, including alcohol and coffee. And the mental sharpness and mental acuity was definitely level up.
So no coffee, no alcohol, no kush, no nicotine,
Right.
nothing.
Yeah, no, none of it. None of it.
Wow.
So I've been extremely zen and primarily very sharp. But as you know, like we've typically ended the stream around this time, the last few days. And so I think I think the routine is, the marathons are an absolute they're a journey,
This guy's
especially
sober. I'm
Yeah.
firing. I'm
Yeah.
fired up.
You carried that last one.
I am
These guys were dialed.
firing on coffee.
Good.
I just got a text from Dan Elixir at Nascent saying, "Who coined Neo Finance?"
That'd be us. That'd be
the Rollup Co.
That would be the Rollup Co. Yeah.
I actually gonna take some credit there. I coined it. No, I'm kidding. Robbie fully created the category. He was like, bro, we were on the stream one day. He's like, dude, there's a term for this conversions that is happening. And I swear, I don't know what it is, but it's in between this finance and DeFi and all this. And lo and behold, we got Neo Finance. And I think I would venture to bet that on some pitch decks in the coming months, you will see Neo Finance. In fact, I will expect more market map categories. I expect more Neo Finance. I'm seeing Neo Finance articles. I'm seeing Neo Finance blog posts.
Yes.
I'm seeing Neo Finance everywhere. I am seeing blog posts. I'm seeing LinkedIn posts. I'm seeing newsletters. I'm seeing podcasts. I'm seeing clips that are not coming from the Rollup about Neo Finance. Guys, Neo Finance is everywhere. It's happening. It is on. It's on.
I love it. And he's had enough coffee for the both of us. Neo Finance has us fired up. I think
it's everywhere.
And as you know, Andy, we're developing resources for the community to take part in the Neo Finance landscape with us. So we will be putting out a dashboard where people can keep track, because ultimately,
we're going to put on a dashboard that's going to show that full on these tokens are going to outperform your shit coins. Like, guys, I'm going to full crash out. Like, you need to be investing in the Neo Finance category, or you're going to get BTFO'd this year. You're absolutely fried. The only coin that I'm not liking is Athena. The only coin that I'm not liking on the
Why'd
Neo
you
Finance
save that
right
for
now
when Haseeb hops off?
is Athena. I'm liking Sky over Athena 10x. I'm sorry, not financial advice. Let's check it out. Guys, I'm telling you, if you did not see the Neo Finance map, it's on Twitter. Search it. Guys, we're going to drop a Dune dashboard. This category is going to outperform all your shit coins, and it's going to happen. We've got the last panel, the multi-chain panel. It's coming up right now. While we're at it, let's have a look at the market.
Yeah, let's take a look.
I'm scared.
I've been on the stream. The market.
Oh my God, Sky's up 5% today. Oh
What?
my
Oh
God.
yeah, Sky
Dude,
looks better
Sky
than me.
is the #1 Neo Finance token performer this year. I'm tempted to full port it.
Should we just rattle off some other picks right now?
I'm so tempted
if
to
you're
full
with us
port
on
Sky.
hour 4 of the intense day special, obviously we should drop some alpha here. I'll give my top 3 Neo Finance picks.
Sky looks insane.
Sky is #1. Maple #2. And I'm gonna go Canton.
Dude, Canton's insane too.
Canton #3. And then obviously ETH, you have to put in there as an honorable mention, but looks a little shaky at the moment. But I do think, if the rest of these do quite well, ETH and Bitcoin do well.
Dude, Sky is literally the winner here. Like, Sky has not dropped at all.
The other important ones to mention are companies that are not launching crypto companies that are not launching tokens, and instead they're going public. And so like BitGo is up 25% today on their IPO.
Wow.
Anchorage Digital, I believe, is IPOing as well. They're looking to raise like between 200 and 400 million. I'm pretty sure Wisdom Tree is already public. I think they're going to do well.
I'm
I think
way up on my uranium, by the way, guys. I'm way up. That thing's flying. I put a bag in that thing, and that thing is ripping. Honestly, my worst performing asset is ETH right now, and it's terrible. And honestly, I think I'm gonna have to eat this loss on this ETH position, and I think we're gonna have to take that over to Sky. I mean, I don't see like Sky's chart is just insane right now.
Guys, we've got our next panel up. This is hour 4 of the Intense Day Marathon. And so we got a little distracted there, but we're gonna come back and we're gonna be talking about one of our favorites here for our 5th and final panel, and that's gonna be multi-chain.
Yes.
And so this one is going to be particularly fun. We've talked about multi-chain in the beginning. Intense helps to connect this multi-chain world. So we've talked about value accrual. We've talked about Intense, DeFi, and apps. And ultimately, we're going to be talking about the base layer here. So why don't we bring up our panelists, and we'll kick off our 5th and final panel of the day.
Let's go.
Let's do it. All right.
Guys, welcome to the show.
Hello, hello. We've got Damien, we've got Escobar, and we've got Mogarki. Guys, welcome to the stream. It's a pleasure to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, guys,
Absolutely.
we're talking about Intense today. Who owns the user in the multi-chain world? Do we really need Intense? I guess we might as well just kick this off. Is the status quo today that Intense are the consensus best cross-chain mechanism? Is that acceptable as an idea, as a thought, as a statement? Why not? Kick us off, Escobar, to Mogarki. Is Intense the current interrupt? Why not? What is the nuance that we are missing? Escobar, you can start if you like.
Yeah, sure. Well, I think back in the days, before we jump to the Intense solutions, I'm working for a bridge, and it's a Bitcoin bridge. You know, the latency, the transactions, everything is just very horrible. We take like probably around 24 hours to receive my Bitcoin. Where Intense come in right now, I think we have Li-Fi swap kit. Back in the days before Near Intent coming in as well. It solved a lot of problem, but then Near Intent kicks in with a better quote sometime. It's just something that we see very useful, at least from my point, because I'm spending my whole life on the bridge solution before, and it's all centralized and so on. It just never helps, right? So even in Bitcoin, we are imagining what if we have the Intent solutions. So why not?
Very well said. Yeah, let's go around the horn here a bit, because we've spoken to several bridge providers, and I think we're hearing the same thing. Intense are the tip of the iceberg and the tip of innovation. Damien, you're representing LeFi here. Why don't we kick it over to you as well? LeFi is good friends of the show. We've had Philip and the guys on before. Tell us a bit about how you're approaching Intense over at LeFi, given that you guys are an aggregator and have a bit of a different setup when it comes to the interop stack.
Yeah, of course. So, as you said, LeFi has historically been an aggregator. I think at the moment we just want to basically expand our service with Intense. So, essentially, the thing is with Intense as a primitive is that really they are kind of doing two things. They get you from point A to point B, and they also help reduce complexity in that they reduce the amount of steps that are required to get from point A to point B. So, yeah, at the end of the day, because the cross-chain world is so complex, there's many different ways to get from point A to point B. There's many different options you can have to do that at any given time, because crypto is such a wide market, and there are so many markets in crypto. So yeah, Intense basically kind of help distill that market down to like a single primitive that you can action, is the best way that I'd put it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Guys, when you're thinking about owning the user in this multi-chain UX, I think a big part of this Intense conversation today is around kind of understanding the user flow. You've got wallets, applications, aggregators, execution layers, right? Being the blockchain. Where do you guys see the most important user fulfillment happening here, or user recognition of ownership, right? Is it, I know I'm using an L2, I know I'm using an EVM, Or is it, I know I'm using MetaMask, Phantom, I know I'm using Near Intense, Leafy, Jumper, et cetera, et cetera. Where do you guys see the ownership of the user importance from a monetizable perspective, as well as just like building that trusted relationship perspective? Who actually owns the most of that relationship? And kind of how do you guys see that playing out as we scale into more and more chains, more and more users coming on chain, right? Think non-crypto natives, think institutions. Who is going to own those, and kind of where is the important part of the stack there?
Yeah, I think the most exciting thing about Intense is that it actually allows the wallets who have worked so hard to get the users on board, or the applications that the users are using, to finally deliver the options that the users need to do their financial services. And Intense is the first and easiest way to do that through swaps. So previously you might be a Trust Wallet user because you understand self-custody, but when you want to do your actual trading, you would go back to Binance, you would go back to Coinbase. And what Intense allows is for a Trust Wallet now to own that user and to keep them inside of their app, and to have the assets be tradable that they actually want to interact with. So this didn't happen previously, just because the DeFi technology hasn't been there. So you might have a really great experience on Uniswap with EVM or on Jupiter with Solana, but as soon as you want to bring in an asset like Bitcoin, it's really difficult to do so. So I think that's one of the biggest unlocks for an Intense platform, is that it allows the people who work so hard to build up their brand and get the users in, to actually keep them sticky, and then to generate revenue from them as well.
Anything
I
to
think
add?
I think I'll add that on a little bit on the Bitcoin side as well. I think Bitcoin, for us, especially, we are trying to serve all this non-smart contract chain and non-EVM chain as the main priority, right? Because the first cases is Bitcoin. We try to tackle all the abstracted Bitcoin, how to make sure they don't care about the backend and simply feel like a Bitcoin native DeFi. That's the problem that we try to solve at first place. But then Bitcoin users or Bitcoin community just not that convenient to use DeFi sometime, right? They maybe prefer something centralized as well, to have a custody or whatever. But but then we see Zcash as one of the case study for us. We have go through Zcash cycle as well this time. Then it's actually very helpful. So I think from our point of view, at least, it's all solving the problem for non-smart contract chain and non-EVM chain.
Yeah, well said. That's a great point about kind of the underlying infrastructure, EVM chains, and alt L1s, and how these things fit together. Another point that we heard earlier today was that there's really not too many quality assets on chain. Like, you got Bitcoin, you got ETH, you got Zcash, and there's a few other ones. Sol, you can be used for some things, but there's a long tail of coins that were kind of a flash in the pan, and that was it. We do believe that there are tokenized products and tokenized assets that are coming on chain. And I'm curious how you guys are thinking and anticipating and building for this next onslaught of institutional assets and institutions in general. How do you think Intense may differ? And how do you think the way in which we build these platforms could evolve as we get more tokenized private credit, more US tokenized equities, tokenized deposits, stable coins? Like, these are sectors that we see are poised for incredible growth. How do you think the apps, especially the interop and the Intense apps, are preparing for the rush of liquidity that we believe is coming in these particular asset classes? Margarki, maybe we can start with you on the swap kit side and kind of think what is your institutional plan here as we see this changing?
Yeah, I think if we zoom out a little bit, what are we trying to achieve here? And I think, all of us believe probably in bringing finance on chain, but why do we want to do that? Well, the reason is because number one, it's more reliable, it's safer for the user, it's less prone to corruption. We have transparency. So all the problems of traditional banks, of centralized banks, are the things that we're trying to tackle here. But what we're not trying to do is make users learn and understand what crypto is, what blockchains are, what all the underlying technology is. They don't care about intense platforms or AMMs or however we achieve, what's happening in the background. We care about that because we're super nerds and we build this stuff. But the user just wants to trade the assets that they want, and they want to do it in a fast, efficient way. So as we move into these next billion users, which are today using TradFi, I think we really need to focus on making that real world experience as transparent as possible, right? So that it's just it feels like you're using an app. And I heard on the previous panel a great example, like you're in your Robinhood app and your friend is in Cash App, or maybe that wasn't the example, I don't remember, but you can send interoperably between the two. And I think this is a huge unlock for Intense. And I think we're going to see really cool things around real world assets, around bringing things like accredited investment, KYC on chain, having zero knowledge KYC that can exist on chain. So all that stuff is really coming down the pipe from a lot of these institutional players, and Intense is there ready in the background to serve them.
Yeah, do you think that the resiliency and reliability that a lot of these institutions want with regards to counterparty risk, with regards to moving assets across different chains, whether it's tokenized versions, whether it's stable coins, do you guys think that that the multi-chain landscape as it exists today is sufficient enough to support their needs? Or if so, why? If not, what do you think that is kind of the next iteration of this landscape to support a more institutional or even a more agentic kind of cross-chain landscape from that perspective? What do you think that we need to keep in mind to build going forward? Damien, maybe we can start with you here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I would say that the great power in Intense is that with Intense, your total addressable market becomes crypto, because of the complexity that abstracts away at the end of the day. Essentially, what Intense allow is kind of multi-VM chain agnostic composability. And this allows institutions, agents to orchestrate different actions across multiple chains in order to provide or fulfill a service. And I think that'll probably be the real unlock with Intense or kind of like multi-chain calls, for example, because at the end of the day, with the agentic economy, they have interop, but those agents need to be able to act on multiple levers, I'm going to call it, because they need to be able to compose these different actions to perform certain functions. Like if I want to move from point A to point B, that might require me to take 3 different steps on my own. But if I want to do that in a click as an end user, I can get my agent to basically do that for me. But for me, it's just a click when I look at the whatever front end I'm visiting, essentially. And that really is the key, honestly, because it's just not really a question of how many choices do I have? It's more so can I just get what I want? I have an objective when I'm on chain, and I have some sort of idea or semblance of what sort of product I want to pursue. So say I don't know, after 10% yield for saving or whatever, and I want to earn some yield on my stable coins, then I need to be able to get my stable coin everywhere as an issuer in order to make sure that I have the biggest market for people to use my earning product, as an example. And Intense really do unlock that because, again, it just allows you to combine all of these actions and all of these steps into one simple step for them to follow. And they do not need to know what chain they're on. They only need to kind of think about what asset is it that I'm interacting with, and can I just interact with it freely? Can I send it? Can I receive it? Can I kind of onboard, offboard easily between this asset and other assets that I might want to at any moment? So it's really just about offering that flexibility rather than choice, I would say.
Escobar, Molarkey, anything to add there from the institutional perspective?
I've got 2 things I would throw in. Number one, I think we need to deliver on decentralization a little bit better. So, we have the infrastructure in place now, but if you look at most Intense protocols, I don't know the exact number, but we have a limited number of solvers that are still fulfilling most trades. We have some centralization around how the APIs are built and things like that. So if we're going to, really deliver on trustlessness, I think we need to go and push the envelope a little bit further on decentralization. And then the second piece is just liquidity, because if we don't have, always on super deep markets for every asset, then that's how institutions end up going OTC at Kraken or Coinbase or somewhere else, because we can't fulfill it at scale. So I think those are the two real things we need to focus on.
McGurky, I got to follow up there. Do you see centralized exchanges as kind of the main competitor to the on-chain interop landscape?
I think as of today, yes, that's true. But I really look at like all of TradFi as the ultimate competitor, right? Because what we're trying to do is build the financial services that compete with everybody's everyday life interacting with their finances. So whether that's payments, whether that's savings, whether that's borrowing, whatever it might be, we're trying to bring that all on chain. So are we competing with Coinbase? Of course, but we're also competing with, in my mind, JP Morgan Chase and Wells Fargo, et cetera.
Especially as those asset and product get tokenized, right? It's like they could, and I think they have already built their own internal permissioned blockchains. Intent could, in theory, solve interop between those chains as well as open permissionless chains. But I do think that once we see more tokenized asset classes, and then it's sort of an apples to apples comparison, that's when these blockchains and these DEXs and these routers are really like face to face with competition, because it's a matter of, is Bank of America, going to develop its own, permission chain, and then are we going to see all the assets kind of, accrue there? Are we going to see them in a more composable world? Ultimately, I think we all want to see them in a more composable world, but the end user isn't going to care, right? So we have to make it cheaper, better, faster, so that it is in their favor. It's in their best interest ultimately to come over and integrate. I'm curious for the rest of you guys, Damien and Escobar, what do you guys think are the biggest pain points that are still yet to be overcome in the on-chain interop landscape?
Well, I think from my perspective, I'm quite agree with Michael. Liquidity is one of the biggest problems that we have been facing all this time, right? So just a little bit of background, we are building a cross-chain lending market on top of near intent itself. But then sufficient liquidity is very, very important to build that cross-chain lending market, where we simply build a unified position for the users, but it always comes to a better quote, better liquidity over the time. Whenever people want to supply and borrow, we need to get that liquidity out or supply as soon as possible, because market is very volatile, unless it will be a very risky move for them as well. So one thing, liquidity is more than enough, I think, for the next 1 year to be solved. And we can look further on the decentralized side, because I think decentralized things might take some time compared to liquidity.
Damien, close us out here. It's been a 4-hour marathon. The boys are running out of steam. Close us out here.
Yeah, sure. So in the interest of not agreeing with everyone, I will say something a little bit left field. I would say that the biggest pain point for interop is actually noise. What I mean by that is that there's just a lot of noise on chain, right? So that means it becomes very hard for users today to actually find the opportunities that they are actually looking for, right? That's historically always been the issue. You have all these different front ends, all these different tools, all these different bridges. And with regards to interop, that tooling to actually access opportunity has been abstracted away, because you can get from one chain to another chain fairly easily today. But that has to still kind of evolve into I would say personalization of certain opportunities and products. So it's kind of like getting to the level of like having your Spotify weekly kind of recommended to you, but on chain, right? Because you're interested in a certain kind of music. You are someone that is a consumer of music, and you want to be able to enjoy music that you like specifically. So if that's the case on crypto, and we want to extrapolate it to that example, it's less going back to like, on-chain yield once again. If say I want to earn, on-chain yield, but I only want to do it in stable coins and I don't want to take any sort of directional risk, then I need to be able to have those opportunities kind of personalized towards my profile without having to go out there and do a bunch of research. So I think there's a real opportunity for the agentic economy to leverage the groundwork that Interop has it today, actually. Because I think a lot of the work has been done. It's just about being able to kind of use the roads that we built in order to actually service users in a more meaningful way.
Yeah. Well said.
Mogarchy, Damien, Escobar, guys, thank you for being the final panel today of the Intense Day special. Multi-chain, everything Intense are here. Near's trust over $10 billion of Intense. I know you guys are either in collaboration or are helping to power the multi-chain economy in your own ways. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Pleasure, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
See you next time.
All right, Rob. We've done it.
That was a doozy.
The Intense Day special. The tech hiccups to the downs and the ups.
Call that a
and the
bullish
roller coaster
reversal,
ride.
Andy.
Linear
a bullish
growth
reversal.
Following the bullish reversal. Guys, thank you for being here. Shout out to Near Intense. Shout out to Near with over $10 billion of transaction activity, $18 million of fees collected, well over 500,000 individual unique users. Guys, it's one of the best experiences in the cross-chain landscape that exists today. Thanks for rocking with us through the technical difficulties. Thanks for being here on the Rollup TV.
We appreciate you guys.
We appreciate each and every one of you.
Check out our live show with Near. We've got a few, just to wrap up, we've got a few announcements here. Our live AI show is called AI Super Cycle. It's powered by Near. We run it every single week. We have some of the best guests in the entire AI space, not just crypto AI, the entire AI space. Check it out every week live on the Rollup.
And guys, Near ETH Denver Intense Day is going to be happening. We will be there. You will see us there at ETH Denver. Catch you guys there. It's on
Wednesday,
the 18th, 12 to 5 local
Wednesday,
time.
February 18th in Denver, 12 to 5. The last one we've got is we will be in San Francisco for NearCon. We're going to be live from the show floor. Guys, come out to NearCon. You're not going to want to miss it. Again, the best in AI and crypto are going to be there. And you can come hang out with us. We're going to have a great time. Don't miss it. That's it. That's all my announcements.
Mahalo. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.